Okay, it's 5 o'clock. I'll call to order the regular meeting for October 8th of the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission. And we will begin with roll call. And Ms. Hornet is absent. She's traveling and will be unable to join us on call, so I don't expect her here. It's been David?
Here.
Sandy?
Here.
Mr. Hinckley? Here. And Mr. Plat is here. So we will proceed with approval of the agenda. I'm going to suggest that we move one item, Koduri zoning district amendment, down to below the Union Telephone Company application so that we can take the city comments all together with 3 in a row. And the city is represented by Joseph Shihadi. And so we'll make that suggestion. Does anyone else have any suggestions for people of the agenda?
Just so I understand it, so then Koduri Point North and Olson will all be together. That's
the same.
That's the together group. Okay, no problem.
No objection.
In that case, may I have a motion for the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
I get to. Give me the elbow.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. May I have a motion for approval of minutes for August 13th, 2020?
I move that we approve the minutes of August meeting.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries also. Disclosures and conflicts of interest. Has been David?
None.
None. Ms. Hanning?
None.
Mr. Hinckley?
None.
And I have none either. So we will move on to the public applications. For members of the public who are here, we have an unusually busy and full agenda tonight. We will try to be as efficient as we can, but our priority will be to give full and fair consideration of the facts, matters before us. We will attempt to be as fair as impartial as we can. And to the best of the ability, that's what we will do. If you're here for a particular application, as most of you are, once we've concluded that application, you're actually free to leave anytime you want to. So with that, we will go on to item 5, the Paris zoning district amendment application, ZDA 08-25. Joe.
All right. Yeah, the applicant and owner is Paula Paris. This is located at 1124 Highway 11. The request is to change the zoning from ranchette to commercial. The applicable sections of the resolution are Chapter 3, Section 5C. All required notice posted by signed publication, certified mailing has been met. The staff analysis is that the planning department does not believe that the proposed zoning district amendment generally follows the suggestion of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. As the comprehensive plan's future land use map calls for rural residential in this area and says that rural commercial should be located at the intersection of major roads. This property is going through the zoning district amendment process because the planning department has an open enforcement case for having 3 dwellings on a ranchette zone property of 0.235 acres, which does not meet the allowed density. The findings necessary for approval and applicant responses referenced in this report are adopted as findings, reflecting that the applicant has, change that. The findings need to be changed. And the conclusion of law is that the applicant is not proceeding in accordance with, and it is not in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. And the staff recommendation is to deny the Paris zoning district amendment application ZDA 0825 as this proposal does not generally follow the suggestion of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan.
And Joe, would you give us a brief history of this enforcement action on the property?
Sure. We received an anonymous phone call about this property in February. And began to try and fix the issue. We met with the applicant and their real estate agent to discuss the different methods for how to fix this issue. And this is what they chose. And here we are.
Okay. Vern, do you have questions?
Kind of to follow up on that one, Mr. Chair. Remind us of where violations fit into our analysis. We kind of come upon this periodically where we've got somebody who's had a long history of violations. is that grounds for denial of application? That both ways, maybe the question goes to Mr. Harris.
So in enforcements, we typically, give them, let them know that they're in violation. Give them the options of remedies, which includes coming through this process. And if we don't hear back from them, then we go forward with the legal side. But they have the opportunity to come through this board as well as the Board of County Commissioners and ask for approval of, in this case, the zoning change to commercial. And so if it gets denied, then we go through more enforcement steps. And if it gets approved, then I guess in theory, everything is fixed, right?
Right, I guess maybe to sharpen my point just a little bit, if someone simply came to us de novo and said, I'd like to build 3 buildings, and that will require a conditional use or a zoning change or whatever, then we would evaluate that and say yay or nay.
Right.
Is the fact that somebody's coming to us with a fait accompli, is that relevant? And perhaps the answer is no. Was that grounds in and of itself for saying, no, we're not going to do this?
I don't think that's grounds.
Not for a zoning district amendment, there's no findings necessary for approval. Or standard in the zoning resolution, which would, I guess, give rise to that basis.
Okay. I think I'd heard that opinion before, just to be clear. So we need to address this as setting that all aside and just as though this was brand new, somebody came in and said, I want to put 3 houses. That's the correct posture for this.
Yeah, objectively, just like any other proposal would be coming forward.
Then I may have you in a little bit quickly on your staff report that I caught on the phrase that was the applicant is proceeding in compliance with the zoning resolution. That isn't quite true, right?
Right. Yeah, there's a couple of mistakes. The findings of fact is wrong, and then the motions are wrong. And I will fix that for next time.
Okay, so that caught my eye in terms of the staff.
And the conclusive law is wrong, yeah.
Yeah, and that was in the conclusion law.
Yep.
Okay. The next question I had is I looked at it and the reason the staff report gave for recommending a denial was the incompatibility with surrounding areas. But when I looked at the commercial zone, it looked to me like that the property has serious problems with the setbacks. It's a small property and it's supposed to be 10 feet from this, 100 feet broad, 50 feet from the sides. Have you guys looked at that?
Yeah, it would. I guess this is really the only option though. I don't know what else to.
Well, I guess my point is if we did grant the zoning to commercial, it would still be in violation of commercial zoning. It looked to me like from a size, dimension, setbacks point of view. Is that not correct?
What are the setbacks?
Well, it'd be 50 feet for.
Okay, 10 feet from the
They can't.
side of property lines, 50 feet from the front of property lines, 100-foot property frontage, 50 feet
Yeah.
from all property lines. The piece isn't big enough to do that.
Right.
Right. I mean, it's really not big enough to do what it's doing right now.
No, but
So
let's
that's,
say if it
I
came to
mean,
us de novo and they were going to propose what they're doing now, I'm suggesting that it
I mean, we really don't have a zoning that fits this size of lot in the county.
okay. So where would we be if we granted the application? It would seem to me they're still in violation. That's
the buildings would then be non-conforming buildings,
Right.
structures.
but not non-conforming in the sense of a grandfather. It would be non-conforming and we'd have to deal with that separately.
Well, if we granted this, we wouldn't do anything about it. It's existing, it's on the property, it's,
Okay, when that zoning got changed, then they would be pre-existing relative to that point.
right.
Does that sound correct, Mr. Ayers? That's kind of an interesting construction.
I suppose that would be a valid perspective because it pre-existed the application of those particular standards.
Okay. Okay, fair. All right, that's all I have.
Ms. Annie?
What, you said that you reviewed the potential options for dealing with the violations. Were there really any other than this?
Yeah, I guess the one that we presented was, I guess, this route, or to make the dwelling that is above the garage no longer a dwelling. Stop listing it as another dwelling and using it as another dwelling, and just use it as like a bedroom to one of the other dwellings on the property. That was the other suggestion, and the applicant chose to go this route.
You know how I always care about the septic leach fields. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we don't know much about it. We don't have an application for it. We don't know when it was put in. Could very well have been put in long before these structures were built. We know nothing about it, so it's really hard to enforce something that we don't know anything about.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
I have two questions, and I think maybe Brian actually already asked my first one, which is the property even on the parcel? I mean, is the building actually, I mean, the maps look a little off. Are the maps wrong or?
So it's a good possibility of, I guess, either one, considering the size of the lot. If this were to be changed to commercial, they would be required to change the use of that third dwelling into a dwelling. And as the application that was turned in right behind my staff report shows that it was applied for as an accessory building. So they'd have to go through the change of use, which would require a survey. So I guess that's when we would find out,
Okay.
for sure.
So there might be a bigger problem than what Brian was referring to.
Could be, yeah.
Okay. And the other thing, if you don't mind, tell me, how does this compare to a similar case we had in Centennial?
Very similar. Yeah.
Very similar.
I don't know.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Thank you.
I have a few questions also, Joe.
Okay.
My first question is, at the end of the staff report and before the application, you included a couple pages from when the applicant had sought a permit.
Yes.
And because that was approved back then, does that mean that essentially their property as it exists today is grandfathered in? I mean, there's a drawing of how the property looks. And you could conclude that, maybe dwelling above the garage was always intended to be that way, and the county had a chance to see that, and they did approve it.
Well,
What is your view on that?
they applied for an accessory building.
Right?
On the application, it says an accessory building is defined as any structure not used as a residence. On their site plan of what it's gonna look like, it doesn't look like what it looks like now. And all the approval documents call it an accessory building. So accessory building probably isn't the right term either, as it would have just been an addition. But they didn't have that back then to apply for.
Okay.
So the accessory building was the only route to apply for it. So they applied for an accessory building, they were approved for an accessory building, and they built a dwelling.
Okay. Thank you for that. As I look at the site plan, to me, it looks crude, to use that word. And does it truly meet the standards that we should expect for site plans as applications come before us, in your opinion?
Well, we don't have any regulations specific to the zoning district amendment other than what's on the application. So maybe that's something to look at, is putting what we want on a site plan for zoning district amendments in the zoning district amendment, just as we have for zoning certificates and conditional uses. Instead of just relying on the application to do that for us, I guess.
Okay, and I ask that question for the benefit of my colleagues especially, because I do think it's something we ought to revisit. And I would have liked to have seen the setbacks identified on this for the well in the septic field. I don't think there's any way, I mean, as Mr. Hinckley suggested, that the setbacks are met, and there's just not enough space for them. So anyway. Staff, I've got written here your response about the question of is the proposed zoning amendment to commercial compatible with surrounding properties or not? I mean, it's not a clear yes or no. So is it or is it not compatible? In your opinion?
I mean, in my, I would say no.
Okay. And is there any way that we have being sure that the property is not already adversely affecting water quality as it sits today?
I don't think there's any way for us to know that. Nothing through this application, I should say.
And then how long has APCA been out of compliance?
Well, that permit was given in 2008.
So 17 years.
I don't know when it was actually built, but
So circa 17 years.
sure.
All right, does anyone else have any questions? All right, thank you for that, Joe. Is the applicant here and will the applicant stand for questions? And please come forward, tell us your name.
Hello, Paris.
If you'd like to add anything to what you submitted the application, feel free to do so, and otherwise. we'll
Yeah,
answer questions.
I pulled permits and, when I pulled them, I told them exactly what I was gonna do. My father died and I told him I was gonna build a cabin in his honor and we were gonna use it as a rental. When I visited the community, there wasn't enough housing for people that like to visit the area. And I'd like to feel over the last 21 years, I've been a positive part of the community. I've helped other businesses. Albany Lodge and I have worked together, Ray Duvall, David Wright, exchanging, overflow of business and helping each other, along with everybody else on the mountain. And I didn't know that I was in compliant. So when I gave them all the stuff, it says detached garage. I mean, so I didn't know until recently that I was not compliant. I've been on the internet for 17 years, advertising, and until this came up, nobody said anything, including my neighbors. So I had no idea that I was not following the rules. So I'm here to try to make that right. I want to continue running my business like I have for 17 years. I'm the only one in Albany right now doing business. The lodge is out of business. And it would make sense for me to be commercial since I am the only one doing business in the entire town, which is going to make it really difficult for me with the lodge being closed. It's been open since 1940, and this is the first time it's ever been closed. And I'm the last one standing. So I would like you to grant me to be commercial. And I don't know about the setbacks, but there's pins there that are still there from back in the day. And the septic's right where it was when I bought it. The leach field's on the driveway. I have proof right now I can send you from all-in-one septic that I get it pumped out twice a year, and I have the emails on me. And any questions for me?
Yeah, well, I suspect there are some questions. So what, yeah,
Sure.
David?
I'll defer to my colleagues.
Okay, in that case, one more.
I don't think I have any questions.
Okay,
Mr. Clerk.
thank you.
Pass. I mean, I guess I would invite the applicant, if there's something you've heard that you think is incorrect, otherwise it sounds, I feel like we have a reasonably clear picture of what is there and what has gone on.
Yeah, it's been 17 years. I mean, it's been 21 technically when I built the house. So I've been on the community for a very long time.
Well, I have one question.
Sure.
Have you seen any of the comments that any of your neighbors have submitted?
Absolutely, I was sent all of them.
And do you have any comments about that?
I think they're all self-serving and some of them are a complete lie.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Can I ask a question of her?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, but you will not be able to. You'll be able to make a comment later on.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vern?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I just, yeah.
All right, in that case, we will have a public hearing now. And anyone who would like to speak on this application, please raise your hand. I'll call you forward. And I will also allow the public online to do that. Again, we've got a full agenda, so I would ask that you restrict your comments to 3 minutes. If you're saying something that we might want more information on, I'll allow you to extend that. But otherwise, please come forward and state your name. Where are you from?
I have something printed, so if I don't get a chance to read it, it's okay. And also it's an invitation to the blessing of the animals. but my family and I have owned a property. I'm Reverend Dr. Sally Palmer, 715 South 11 in Laramie, but 1088 Highway 11.
Thank you.
A property that we bought, because someone had to move to Chicago. And he said, you have to make a decision in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. My husband and I talked everything over, but we said, yeah, this is a beautiful place for a family to come to. And I'm trying to be very, very brief, but basically the documents I gave you saying there are a few places left where one can retreat from the busyness of the world. The small mountain community of Albany is one of them. This 30 places withstood many storms, including forest fires, snowmobilers, four-wheelers, and drunk drivers. This is and was a place of serenity, where people could take our family to enjoy the prairie, the foxes, and the stars. I said, well, please keep this a neighborhood and not a place where people can come and waste their space with their parties, their drunk driving, their waste, and leave the mess for us who live there, who stay there, who honor this space, not just for us, but for the animals that call it home. I can talk longer, Michael, but yeah, I've written copy, but it's like commercial is where families have found safety. It carves out the place that we've called home, that we can see the stars. Thank you, Michael.
Well, thank you for your questions.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Mhm.
Go for it, please.
I'm her husband.
Okay.
So there are
Where are you
three,
from?
Michael Palmer.
Okay.
There are three generations here from my family that, I think my daughter wants to say something too, but I think we have some concerns about changing a residential area to a commercial area. And we also have concerns about the septics and about the stream that flows through that goes into beaver ponds where we live. And so we have these concerns. I don't know if there's pollution or not from the septics, but I think it should be looked into. There's a lot of wildlife that goes through there that would be affected. And I think it's just not in the nature of the community to be commercial. It's a family community, and perhaps my daughter could speak next for a few minutes to talk about it too, but we see this as a very serious matter.
Well, we see it as a serious matter too.
Thank you.
So please come ahead, your daughter.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, our grandson can come too.
It's okay. My name is Christy Palmer. Like I said, like my mom said, we've been in the area since 1985, and I'm in a cabin just 2 properties down. I looked at the ownership map on the online ownership map at the county assessor's website, and I noticed that I looked at 30 properties in the area. Of those 30 properties, 27 were zoned residential. One is commercial right now, and the other 2 are vacant. What's the word? Vacant. You know what I mean? Like
Undeveloped.
yeah, undeveloped. Yeah, and so that's 96.7%, 96.2% of the properties up there right now are, residential. And so I just think it would change the overall feel of the area. And I have 2 small children who are here today. And I think Commissioner Hinckley said it well, that it kind of is a different than what's already going on up there. Like there's the Albany Lodge, which is kind of up above, but this is down below a little ways and not quite in that same area. And I just want my 2 small children to have the same opportunity I had with regard to the overall area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward.
I'm Kenny Langford. I live 1128, State Highway 11. I'm the neighbor to the west, the neighbor to the south, directly to the property. I gave an easement to this property so it could be sold for single residence use. There was a single wide trailer there previously. They removed the trailer, built a 2-story structure, evidently under the first occupancy or certificate issued by the county. They later on applied for accessory building in a mudroom. And there was some question about septic location and everything else. The septic was installed during the initial build of the initial building, right alongside the new additions. The mudroom is expanded into a 1,400-foot, probably a 2-bedroom residence. There's an apartment above the outbuilding for use for another residence. So what I'd seen as a single residence deemed into now a triplex under one roof. They did some work on the well that's permitted, and still continue to use the easement that I've got through there. I've had my share of problems with the use of this, not so much by the applicant, but by renters, short-term renters. Fences broke down. I've had trees on my property used for targets while they shot at them. I've made some complaints to the users about speed on the road. And anyway, we've got a 1/4 acre with a 3,600-foot that she advertises resort for use for short-term use. I join her. I too rent out to short-term use. My properties are 2 tracks built in the 1940s that I purchased that are alongside my home that was built in the 58. And I did have a short-term rental business, and I don't believe I've had any complaints with that. And anyway, I guess we're looking at out of compliance. I think a lot of it was misrepresented on the permits. Proper permits weren't proper for what was built. And my understanding, she is doing this to clear the way to sell it and probably continue it as is or whatever. Depends whether you follow the structure of the zoning amendments of Albany County, which really do not allow this to be a commercial property by location and surrounded by completely private properties. So that's my viewpoint, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Do you happen to remember when the building was built, the original structure?
Pardon?
Do you happen to remember when the original structure was built?
2005, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe.
Go ahead.
Do questions? Yeah, sounds like you're one of the long-termers out there. What, so explain your situation in terms of your short-term rentals and what's your zoning and permitting situation that you operate under? Are you just in residential, and maybe the gentleman to your right can help us out there? What's your zoning?
I'm having a hard time hearing. The noise is pretty, the speaking is not very loud.
Yeah, no, this is a difficult room that way. My question was you indicated that you too do short-term rentals.
Yes.
And so what is your permitting zoning configuration?
Well, my configuration is rural residential, which evidently now is ranchette, my understanding from the planning department. It's really nothing more but a short-term rental, just as you would have a leased rental of your residence. I have 2 separate buildings on originally 2 separate lots. I did not build anything there. I'm sorry. I just utilized them for the market, which is short-term, and then I went into long-term for probably the last 6 years, they were under lease purchase. And right now, I have taken those back and looking to sell those as we speak. We've got a contract for purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Next. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online who'd like to speak?
I just had a couple.
Oh, well, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Clark Gunther. Our family's had
I'm
a
sorry,
residence
say your name
there
again,
for
please.
56 years in Albany.
What's your name again, please?
Gunther, Clark Gunther.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Anyway, when I look at the application for zoning from, what year was this? 08, yeah, and it says accessory building to be used as a garage and a mud. So however that got changed, I don't know. To a residence and living quarters. Anyway, I look at the map and there's no way the well can be compatible with a residential or a commercial. So if it goes to commercial, is my understanding that if a zoning change occurs, then it has to meet the current specs of the county. Is that correct?
No, that would be a question for either Joe or Matt here.
If a zoning change happens, they have to meet the current specs that are on the county criteria. Is that correct?
Chair, I think that was my earlier question, and the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct, yeah, if whatever's on the property today,
Yes.
and if the zoning's changed, that's all okay to continue to be there. We wouldn't retroactively.
So it doesn't have to meet the current specs then?
Correct.
If it were approved.
If it was vacant land and they did a zoning district amendment, I mean, everything going forward does, yes. But anything that's on the property today.
But I'm talking about with a zoning change though. Doesn't it have to meet current specs with a zoning change?
Not necessarily, I mean, it
Not
doesn't.
necessarily.
It doesn't meet the zoning that's there right now, so, I mean, there's no difference
Correct.
between being ranchette or commercial, there's no standard.
That was another question I had because, according to the Albany County map, everything in Albany is residential except for the lodge. Ranchette has to be 2+ acres according to the county specs. I got a copy of that. So how could it be ranchette to commercial when it's not a ranchette to begin with?
Well, these properties are grandfathered in their current size.
Okay, so why does the county map and the county specs not show that?
Well, again, they're being grandfathered in, would be my answer. And so it's possible to have, for instance, a 2-acre ranchette if we're grandfathered in. And it's also possible to have a 2-acre ranchette, depending on how the original larger property is subdivided.
Well,
So that's not
okay.
really a pertinent issue here today. I don't
Anyway,
believe.
that was just a point I was bringing up, but anyway, I just wanted to say that, we believe that doesn't follow the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. We don't believe the well and septic meet the criteria. And we respectfully request that the permit be denied based on, all those findings. And, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, you bet.
Anyone else in the room? Please come forward. Who are you?
Jade, and I'm 7 years old, and I'm worried about the water quality.
Okay, well, thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
Anyone online? May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Just turn their microphone off. Ms.
Hi.
Harper?
I apologize. Thank
Well, I
you.
apologize. Please go ahead. And you're Caitlin Harper?
I'm Caitlin Harper, and Mr. Langford just spoke about selling 2 portions of his properties, the tracts that are just down from the property at issue. And my husband and I are the ones that are purchasing that. And I just echo some of the comments that other people said. We live in Cheyenne and we fell in love with the property. We've got a 3-year-old son and a 9-month-old daughter. And Kenny's been gracious enough to allow us to stay every weekend up there. Even though we've only got the contract for purchase, we're waiting for a closing date. And we just love the community and that it seems so family friendly. And our concern would be perhaps the change that could happen if this were to be zoned commercial and the use of the road that our 3-year-old is currently running across and what that would look like in the future if it were to be zoned commercial, and that the intention when the easement was granted was that it would be single family residence. And we love the area and we hope that it continues to have that same character that we immediately fell in love with.
Anything else? Caitlin?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you. Is there anyone else online or in the room who wish to comment?
I'm trying to be very succinct, but.
Well, you've already commented.
I haven't.
So,
I just want to explain that the use is never going to change. It's been the same since 2004, and I will not make any changes. It's going to remain the same. And if I'm not approved, then it's still going to run as it is. And we'll just take 1 cabin out.
okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move we close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Discussion. Sandy, why don't you lead off?
Well, I think Commissioner Ben David brought up an issue about consistency with a previous instance like this in Centennial where we voted to deny. And I feel that would be the appropriate direction to take in this case as well. Pending revision to the staff report, since we have to refer to that as the findings of fact.
Mr. Hinckley.
Yeah, I would approve denying this. And then I would start with the point that was made somewhat obliquely perhaps in the staff report that, as I continually try to remind us all, the change of zoning to commercial includes a much larger envelope. And I appreciate the applicant's suggestion that she would never change, but that carries no weight in that the thing could be sold tomorrow, and having it zoned commercial allows a great envelope of uses. I too agree that it is incompatible with the comprehensive plan, and it is unsuitable for commercial use, whether there has anything on it now or not. It's simply too small, and it's back behind off the road, as you guys pointed out, in terms of the access. The frontage is incompatible with what we call commercial zoning. So I just think the whole piece is completely unsuited to commercial zoning.
Anything else?
Thank you.
It's been David.
I echo both commissioners' comments. I think this case is even worse than the one we dealt with in Centennial. And the more violations, I think there is a misuse of the easement granted by neighbors. So there are a lot of issues that, and so I would agree that denial of the application is the right decision.
And I'll add that I feel the same way, and I also give extra weight to the comments we received with complaints from the neighbors. That must not be fun. In that case, since we're in agreement, you have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that the Board of County Commissioners deny the zoning district amendment based upon the applicant's failure to demonstrate the proposed zoning district amendment complies with the criteria specified in the Albany County zoning resolution with respect to the comprehensive plan for the necessary dimensions for commercial properties.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? In that case, we'll vote. It's been David.
Aye.
Mr. Hinckley.
Aye.
Ms. Hanning.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That motion carries. For those of you who are in attendance for the ticket application, thank you for your attendance and thank you for your comments. We'll move on to the Truckster LLC conditional use application CU-03-25. David.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This application is for, so it's on a currently zoned commercial property just north of the city of Laramie. There's currently a commercial shop, warehouse, RV storage on this property. They're requesting a conditional use to store and rent construction equipment and tools. And so this would be a company that would come in and use this space or part of this lot for that purpose. Access is available off of North 3rd Street and PFE Road to this property. The applicants actually have Derek Price on here, but there's a representative online, I believe, as well for this application. The owner is Truckster LLC. So this was sent out for review. We received reviews back, kind of the normal stuff. The applicant provided, the required site plan and addressed all of the impacts. Let's see what I'm looking for. So the proposed conditional use is within A commercial and industrial area, this use shall be consistent with the existing area and have minimal impacts on the area. So it's just kind of adding to what's already there. And so my recommendation is to approve the application. I'm going to be happy to answer any questions. I think it's Marty Neal that's online if you have questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Unless there's somebody here.
I've got questions.
Okay.
Okay, questions for staff?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
I see that, the Laramie River, the Laramie River Conservation District had a recommendation
Mhm.
that says that, they don't have a problem with, but, they are concerned about invasive non-native species, plant species, and they would like the equipment to be washed, cleaned, treated before it's brought on. Is that anything we can enforce? Can we enforce this as part of can we add language to the conditional use saying, yes, you could do this if you follow the Laramie Rivers Conservation District request?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of looking through the impacts here.
It's in the top.
Needs to be tied to one of the impacts. So, I mean, we do have the impact for environmental impacts. The proposed conditional use will not cause significant adverse impacts to air, water, or land soil quality. I don't know if it would fit in there. I mean, that may be a condition that you could apply there.
Okay.
And maybe it doesn't really, I don't think it really fits in the general nuisance, but I would think you could add that as a condition. So, under that.
It applies to another application we'll deal with soon about us, agencies asking for specific actions that are attached to the approval. And if we cannot enforce any of them, should we approve the application? See what I'm saying? It's not just this case, but another case we're going to discuss later.
Mhm.
The agency involved that responded said, you can't do this or this or your timing needs to be different, or in this case, you need to wash the equipment. If we can't apply this condition, if we are legally not able to apply this condition, should we approve the application? I mean, the reason why we are soliciting input from all these agencies is to make sure that we are addressing all these, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
I mean, I guess as long as it meets these criteria, we can apply the condition.
okay.
So I mean, and I think it does, it meets an environmental commission condition, I believe. I mean, if it doesn't meet any of these conditions, I don't think we can use that as,
That's my question.
we can't deny it based on them.
Even if it's not meeting one of our criteria such.
Well, if it has to meet one of our criteria, if
Okay.
it's part of our criteria, yes, then
Okay.
that's part of what we can do here, yeah.
But can we enforce it? Let's say we put the language in the condition to the approval. Are we gonna send a staff member to check that they wash the equipment every time?
We're not gonna do that unless we get a complaint, but if somebody says, hey, these guys are tracking weeds all over the county or something, then yeah, we could go out there as part of our permit. That's what would be approved in the permit, and we can look into that.
Okay.
Sam, you have anything?
Yeah, Mr. Gertz, so if this is already zone commercial, this land use is not in the land use table allowing it on a commercial property and it needs a conditional use permit?
So we look at the land use table and determine what we feel is similar and compatible to other uses. And there's I believe it's a heavy equipment. I can't remember, rental, storage, selling place or whatever. That is in our regulations. And so we use that to say, okay, this is what it requires for this, so we're going to require it for that because it's similar and compatible. So that's
but
the
it's not
standard.
already a right.
Not on
that's
commercial
attached.
property, no. If it was industrial, yes, it would be
Okay,
a
so
right.
you would call it an industrial use. Okay.
Yeah.
And I thought when I looked at this earlier on, now I can't find it. Do they need another water hookup from? We have so many public applications. There's a good chance I'm getting this mixed up.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting it mixed up. Never mind.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, well, I actually had the same questions you did, and it's been answered now. All right, in that case, perhaps we could hear, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. Mr. Hinckley.
Yeah, just, I think we all had the same question, and just so I'm clear on the answer. Why does this need a conditional use? It's because if it were industrial, it wouldn't, because it's commercial, it's in that category.
Correct.
It requires that. Okay, and then I just had a small feedback on the staff report, and I think part of our charge from the commissioners is to make these as useful as we can. I'm the findings Nazi here, so just when it says findings necessary for approval, I would like to hear an affirmative statement from staff that they did those things. Just in many of our formats we have, but I think here's a cut and paste here. So we have to find that they've produced the required notice and and I want to hear you guys say they did that.
Okay.
Just
Duly noted.
to make each of these findings should have an affirmative finding from staff that we endorse that says, yes, they complied with . So that's all I had. Otherwise, it looks like a pretty straightforward application, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, thank you. Is applicant here or online, I believe you said? Yeah, Mr. Neal, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here as well.
Okay, well, very good. So whoever's going to speak on behalf of this application, if you have anything you'd like to add to the application, feel free to go ahead. Otherwise, we stand for questions from the folks up here sitting around me.
I don't have a ton to add. I would just like to point out the fact that I think that, the potential for equipment share to exist in Laramie would be a good thing for the town. Especially because I think recently Sunbelt Rentals left the area, and it's just a great thing for the community because it eliminates some barrier to entry to some smaller companies to give competition and, maybe start up a company within the community. So I think there's some positives, they could come along with us being in the community.
And I agree with that, actually. So any questions for Mr. Neal?
I would concur with your agreement with his statement. Since we have a dearth of that service, it's a good thing to do.
Do you all have any questions?
I do not. I already voiced mine.
I do. Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll open it up for public hearing.
We need to.
Yeah, well, we're not finished with Mr. Neal yet, I think.
Well, I guess to follow up on Commissioner Ben David's earlier questions about washing equipment off for transport of invasive species. Do you have any thoughts on how that would be possible to do?
Well, if that was a stipulation that was, put upon us, that would just be something that we would probably have to navigate with the landowner. I mean, typically when we have our equipment, we have wash bays on most of our sites. So we try to get equipment washed just as soon as we get it. That being said, it would be kind of at a laydown yard capacity in Laramie. So it's kind of the go between one of our, some of our other branches. So if it came from use, that might look at us. If it was coming from use, it would be from the area. So I think that the, danger of the invasive species would be lesser. But if that was still, a constraint, we would, maybe look at with the existing property owner putting a wash bay on site so that we could be washing equipment when we received it on site, even from the local areas, so that we weren't keeping dirty equipment on site. So that would just be something that we would have to navigate if that was a stipulation. But if that is a stipulation you guys come up with, we'll navigate it.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I don't have anything else.
Okay, in that case, we'll open the public hearing. I know we got one person who wants to comment, so please come forward.
Hi there.
And your
My
name?
name is Dick Miranda or Richard Miranda.
Okay.
And hello, Mr. Neal. I got a signed letter to come back. 20 years ago now, I bought property adjoining to him. The owner of that property was less than pleasant to be around. There is a right-of-way right between the city and the county right there with poles on it. Resnan or Spectrum now gets their power from it. Culligan gets their power from it. Everybody else was able to get their power from it except me. It cost me $11,000 to get power elsewhere because the sheriffs kicked me off and kicked off the power company at the time. Like I said, this owner wasn't Mr. Neal or like him at all, I'm sure, but I'd like it to go on record or be stated that the right-of-way will still exist for when I do go to develop one lot. And I think there's 3 lots along there that need to get power from that point right there. And I would welcome him coming in or the business. I've got no problem with anything that's going to go on there as a neighbor and that. But I just want to make sure, be on record to have access to the right of way because there's questions with an abandoned alley that where his property is and the fence goes along with where my property is, there's like 15 feet difference to where the present owner he's getting it from or got it from, this Charles Bean, had put the high school there when they tore that down. And I'd just like to wonder who is going to manage that area of where his property actually is and what kind of weeds or that also through that 15 feet area. That's about all I have to say.
Okay.
I
Well, thank
welcome
you.
him. I hope it works out for him, but I'd like those 2 questions answered before going forward too.
No, I'd
I want
encourage you
access.
to also, if you can, attend the county commissioners meeting once this is considered by the
Yeah,
county
I will.
commissioners, so they know as well.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any,
Yeah, could we maybe get the staff to comment on that? My first impression is that this approval of this conditional use would have no impact at all on whatever those easements are and how tightly they're written, and that this would be completely separate actions. Is that looking to staff? Am I correct to say that this has
Yeah,
no?
I mean, there was a survey provided for this property and I mean, they're showing that everything that they're doing will be on their property, so it won't impact those easements.
Okay, so maybe the easement is valid, maybe it's not, but that's not our, I don't mean to not be sympathetic to your concerns, but it doesn't sound to me like that is implicated in this decision.
any other public comments? In that case, may I have a motion to close the public comment period?
I move we close the public comment period.
Is there a second?
A second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. So we need a decision here. Would you like to speak first?
I would be voting in favor of it. It seems like it's in a commercial area where this kind of use would not be consistent with the other uses in that corridor.
Mr. Hinckley?
I share that sympathy, but would invite Commissioner Van David if we could craft a condition associated with our approval that would address those concerns. It sounds like these guys are receptive to that and it would be appropriate. So, yeah, I would approve this, like I say, with that condition. I'm not exactly sure how we craft that, but
I
Mr.
think-
David, would you like to take a crack at that?
I'm looking at what Polly Dyer wrote, and I think her comment is pretty simple.
Okay.
And we can just adopt that language.
Very good.
I'm
Go ahead.
still getting
No,
to that I understand her main concern, or the district main concern, because the whole area is pretty close to the Laramie River. That's where the river comes. However, at the same time, you know, we have the train going by and the train probably brings in a lot of invasive species with it. Just basically what the recommendation is the construction equipment be thoroughly washed before being brought on site from outside the county. That would be my comment.
Or would you like to craft a motion?
Okay. I'll move to, hang on, I'll read the recommendation.
So can I just some thoughts are coming up for me, if it's okay to. talk
Sure,
about it real
sure.
quick. So are you suggesting that they get washed on their site after coming from elsewhere? Or, because I guess for me, the balance is the production of wastewater and,
Yeah.
you know, that there's some trade-offs there on creating a big volume of wastewater at the site near the river. And, you know, the use of potable water for that purpose. So I'm just sort of conflicted.
Yeah.
I guess as a person who every summer battles invasive species in my own yard without heavy equipment bringing it in, I can sort of see Mr. Neal's point that it's already everywhere in the county, and you know, I'm just sort of bringing that up as like a point of my own personal tension I have over it.
Yeah, your point is correct that first of all, it will be a waste of water. And two, it will probably help introduce invasive species to the river, floodplain.
Hopefully they wouldn't let their waste stream, you know, flow off site as stormwater.
So those are really good points. Maybe monitor for invasive species and deal with them like the city does with mowing instead of washing the equipment.
So managing any invasive species that they find they're propagating on site.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the equipment will probably go all over the county. So that one worked really well. And again, we need to think about the train bringing stuff from coast to coast, you know.
Sometimes it feels like a losing battle on invasive species.
Okay, I'm changing my, Joe, can I change my mind? I think we'll just approve it as is.
Well, then please read off the motion.
I'll read the motion. I make a motion that the commission recommend the Board of County Commissioner to approve the Truckster LLC conditional use application CU 0325, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, finding of fact, and conclusion of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Neal.
You don't need to do individual calls?
I decided that it was a unanimous decision, so.
Okay. Yeah, the record should reflect that it was unanimous.
Yes, I'm sure that the record will reflect that. Correct, Joe?
Thank
It
you.
will.
Yes.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
So next up, we have the Dunlap conditional use application, CU-04-25, and this is Joe who will present.
All right, the applicant and owner is Lance Dunlap. This is located at 39 Peakview Road, which is in Wildwood Ranch. The request is for a conditional use for a second dwelling on a rural residential zone property. There were some reviews, pretty normal stuff. Wyoming Game and Fish had no concerns with the application, but recommends the use of wildlife friendly fencing. The applicable sections of the zoning resolution are chapter 5, section 5, and chapter 5, section 7. All notice has been completed as required. Staff analysis, the applicant has addressed the impacts associated with the proposed use, and the planning department believes that their responses meet the requirements of the application. The second dwelling has been on the property for a few years with no known issues from the surrounding property owners or the county. Approving this application finishes the requirements of the public applications that the applicant needs to go through to get their property into compliance. The only steps that the applicant will need to finish can be taken care of internally with the planning department. This property went through the zoning change process in which the application was approved at the July 1st, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Planning department has an open enforcement case for having two principal structures on an agricultural property of 38.85 acres, which does not meet the allowed density. The original enforcement case was open in 2019, but the landowners were not willing to work with the county to fix the issues that are apparent. And a new enforcement was opened in 2024 with the new landowner who is willing. Findings of fact, the information provided as part of the findings of fact for approval and staff analysis in this report are adopted as the necessary findings for approval of the conditional use application. The applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. And the staff recommendation is to approve the Dunlap conditional use application CU 0425, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as these are stated in the staff report.
Okay, questions for staff?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Can we please send a copy of the regulations to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department so they don't have to tell us what wildlife friendly fences are?
Sure.
That's all I have.
Ms. Rankley or Ms. Hanning?
Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
All right, I guess, again, my first one is like, right after the word, the following findings tell me that we found that that was the case. Again, just a formatting of your reports. More substantively, conclusions of law, applicant is proceeding in accordance and is in compliance with the zoning resolution. That's not correct, is it?
It would be with approval of the application.
But they are not currently in compliance.
No, but this is the process that we have to go through to get them in compliance.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm just quibbling with phrasing here, is in compliance with the requirements of the zoning resolution. That is not the case.
You would say would be.
Yeah, with approval of this, they will be. Again, it would seem to me that as written is not correct. Above that, new enforcement was open 2024, working to fix the issues. Tell me what you mean by the issues.
They have two dwellings on the property.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. There isn't more.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Chair, this goes back to a 2021 decision when I listened to the discussion of this in June. If you'll recall, that was a meeting where I went off to emergency eye surgery, so I wasn't here. And in deference to my colleagues who unanimously approved the decision then, kind of with the understanding that this would be the next step, I would feel a little sheepish about opposing it now, but I do want to just raise that flag of working with someone. I mean, if someone's going too fast and they get a speeding ticket, do we work with them to get the speed limit changed so that they are brought into compliance? No. So I don't know, just to flag this issue of we find violations, and so we change the rules to make the violations go away. It just seems problematic to me. Now, maybe there's a history piece here. Did these folks buy the property with the 2 units on it? Is that how I got into this? Give me some history on the dwelling units.
Yeah, that's the case.
So they bought a piece of property that was out of compliance.
Correct.
And didn't know that. I guess you can't know what they knew or didn't know, but that's the presumption here is that this blank.
You can ask the applicant.
Okay, and then let's do that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Well, let's finish here with staff questions and we'll come to you.
Okay.
And thanks.
Sure.
And then just again, to remind ourselves of that 2021 decision, that was quite an interesting discussion that we had. And you guys might remember that. I was fairly new on the commission.
This was in 2025.
No, just the other one, in the discussion that I listened to in June.
The north, are you talking about the parcel to the north?
Which was the parcel to the north. And somebody asked the obvious question of how did we get this piece of residential out in the middle of this? And incidentally, a shout out to the minutes. That worked like a dream. For somebody who wasn't there, I just hit the click and here it came up. So no, good job. That worked splendidly. It was just exactly what we would like to have happen. Where we were then, it was a piece of a 40-acre tract, and the guy wanted to build a second house on it because he didn't like the house that was on it when he built the piece. At that time, we didn't have our more finely divided residential zonings, and so the option was to go ahead and zone it for 5-acre rural residential. I objected pretty strongly to that because he didn't want to do that, and it allowed the possibility of a 7-lot subdivision on the 40 acres. I nearly moved the chairman of the time, Sean Moore, who's a real estate agent, with that argument of we are approving a package when we change the zoning, even though the guy swore up and down that he wasn't going to do that. So now we have out in the middle of all that ag land, this piece that's zoned rural residential and ranchette. And now we've rezoned another piece of it to a smaller density in the context of 40-acre tracts. And we had comments clear back in 2021 that people bought land out there because they wanted the 40-acre tracts. And now we've reduced it to less than 20 density. Again, I'm just venting here, but am I understanding that correctly? That's the history of this and the piece to the north and the decision that was made back in June. Okay. And then what do you guys think about this idea of we change the zoning to make violations compliant? So just give me some philosophical feedback here.
I think that we recommend this because it exhausts that option, right? So like, we don't just enforce something if there's other options that they can go through to make themselves compliant. So we support going through the process. Doesn't mean we're going to support the application, but we would like them to go through that process first to see if it's something that would be approved, and if it's not, then we move on with enforcement. But I don't know. Our job is to help people comply with the rules. That doesn't mean, we're going to get an application to go through and get approved and that's what's going to happen every time. But I think it's our job to give them the options and they can choose whether to do that or other options, I guess.
But if say there were 5 pieces of residences on the ground and then they say, oh, well, you can't do that. And then say, well, we could if we did a small lot residential, that would be a solution. And would you staff support that as a way to bring them into compliance? I mean, where are your parameters here? We can always change the zoning.
If that was the case, it would have to be commercial, which obviously we would.
Well, all right, but let's say they wanted to do it at a density that would only be appropriate for small lot residential, then would we see them come forward and a solution to their problem would be to rezone it small lot residential? I'm looking for some sideboards.
It would be a solution, but I think everything is a case by case.
Okay, I'm looking for some sideboards on staff's recommendations here.
What do you mean by recommendations?
How,
Because
you
like,
recommend that we do this, that we give them this?
well, we will recommend that we can give them recommendations or options to follow. That doesn't mean we're going to recommend that the zoning district amendment gets approved. If we feel like, or a conditional use, I guess it's a conditional use. I mean, if it's something that we feel is appropriate, we're gonna recommend approval. If we feel it's not appropriate, we'll recommend denial. I mean, but we're still gonna give people the options that are available to them to make it right. And then when we exhaust those options, that's when we move into the, the options that maybe aren't as nice and easy and all that.
So I'm looking for the grounds for your approval. I understand you give them the options and that's cooperative of you, and you can lay out the buffet for them to choose among, but then at some point, staff recommends
Sure.
approval of an option. So what is the basis for approving this with respect to compatibility with the surrounding areas and the 40-acre background? And
Well, we look at all those things and determine whether we feel like it would be appropriate in the area, and that's what our recommendation is based on.
And am I right to then say if this was 4 lots instead of 2, then that your approval would change? I mean, do you have a notion in your minds of how far we would go in changing the zoning to accommodate higher densities than are currently approved?
I mean, I guess I'm confused because this isn't a zoning district amendment, right? This
Well,
is a conditional.
right, but this is the conditional use that derives from a zoning.
Okay. I mean,
it's the same question. It's a conditional use that increases the residential density in the Wild Horse area.
I don't know if we care if it goes down to 5-acre lots. That's big enough for a wastewater system and a well on the property.
Okay.
I mean, if we think it's totally out of line and maybe if it's like in the middle of all this, maybe it's not appropriate, but maybe if it's next to a public road and it's near other development that's like that, then maybe it would be, I mean, it's all dependent on the circumstances and what the surrounding properties look like. But
All right, I was looking for a general discussion. I guess I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'll just add, Matt has advised us repeatedly that our cases are essentially ad hoc cases.
Sure.
And we need to consider the facts as they are one by one, and things will change over time. So what might be an appropriate decision or a decision we might recommend or make today could well be different 5 years down the line or with a different commission. And I think that's probably, I don't think you can apply really a hard and fast rule that would apply for the rest of history, but anyway.
Well, if we just, I was looking for a sense of it. So is it 5 acres? Background is 40. So what is it that we consider compatible with that? Is it 20s? Is it 10s? Is it 2s? Probably not. I'm just looking for some. I think I would have voted against the zoning change, but I wasn't here to do that. And that is done. And you guys were unanimous in your approval of it. And I respect that. So I'll stand down. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I don't have any either. So would the applicant like to say anything about this? Mr. Dunlap.
Nothing to add here. I would just like to thank Joe and his colleagues for helping us navigate this process. I'm the son, Lance Dunlap, of the late Mike Dunlap, who was the original owner. And once he passed, a lot of this came to light in the years to follow, and it has been a big learning curve. And as you had mentioned earlier, at least Joe had mentioned earlier, that they've been great with giving us, the path forward, and I'm very receptive and open to any comments and feedback. And this is, I've just been following the guidance and the application process. This is a very much learning experience for me. So we greatly appreciate everybody's understanding, and we are doing our best to remedy the whole situation. So thank you for the time, and please let me know if there's anything else I can provide.
Okay, well, Lance, we appreciate that. So are there questions for the applicant? Nope, none. Okay, in that case, we will have a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this application for conditional use? I don't hear or see anyone going once, going twice. I have a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. May I have a motion on this application? I mean, you can discuss this if anyone has any discussion, but
Is that part, I have a question, sorry, is that part of that, cooperative or are they outside?
I'll let Joe answer that.
Wild Horse Ranch,
Mhm.
they're in Wild Horse Ranch.
Don't they have a minimum
They do. In their covenants, it's 10 acres.
10 acre? That's right, 10 acre, okay. And this will not be smaller than 10.
No, this isn't like, as far as I know, they're not gonna do anything public after this. So it's not like they're gonna do a subdivision or anything like that.
Gotcha. Just bringing another dwelling into compliance.
Correct.
It is correct that unlike a zoning change, this is tightly constrained. That's all this would allow is that dwelling to be put on that property.
Correct.
Okay. I can make a motion.
Go ahead, please.
I move that we recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they approve the Dunlap conditional use application CU 0425, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? In that case, we will conduct a roll call vote this time. Begin with Mr. Hinckley.
I'll pass, go back, go around here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Henning,
Aye.
Ms. McDavid,
Aye.
I vote aye.
I abstain.
Okay, Mr. Hinckley abstains, so that motion carries. Mr. Dunlap, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time.
So we will move on to the Union Telephone Company, Rock River, parentheses, tower permit, LUCT -01-25. This is also going to be presented by Joe.
All right, the applicant is Union Telephone Company. This is located a little bit east of Rock River, on agriculturally zoned land, which is vacant as far as I know, and the property can be accessed off of Thornton Way. There were some reviews. I guess if you have any questions about those, ask them. The applicable sections of the Albany County zoning resolution is chapter 5, section 5, and chapter 5, section 9. All notice was completed correctly. Staff analysis, the request from the applicant to install a 100-foot communication tower on this site will meet all minimum standards of the tower permit regulations. Required documentation was provided and the proposal should have minimal impacts on the surrounding area. The findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis referenced in this report are adopted as findings, reflecting that the applicant has adequately addressed the specified impacts and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. And the staff recommendation is to approve the Union Wireless Tower Permit Application, LUCT 0125, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, as these are stated in the staff report.
I'll have a question first. Were Jake Schneider's comments addressed?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Questions for staff?
I have a question. Why in the summary you don't have any reference to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department letter?
I don't know. An oversight, I guess.
Because they have very specific requests, so recommendations or limitations that put within on this. For example, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department says the site is located in foothills, shrubland habitat and is located entirely within pronghorn crucial winter range habitat. And they ask that all ground disturbing activity and other project related activity at the site will be, so restricting all the activity between November 15 and April 30th. And then they also require that all equipment is cleaned prior to arrival at the project site. And you know, the very specific, what needs to be, removed, and then after construction, the project opponent should monitor the project area and control noxious weeds and invasive plants that are found within or adjacent to the site. So, this should be something that we definitely include in, the motion. It is, an area where there are a lot of, not far from there is a lot of wind farm, very large with a lot of native plants, actually, really nice Rocky Mountain bee plants all over the place. But I think we should definitely incorporate these requirements by the game and fish.
Under environmental impacts?
On the wildlife.
Oh, well, okay.
We have a specific item that is wildlife.
And could you point us to that? I'm not-
Under towers, we do not. Under tower applications, we do not have that
This is a
requirement.
tower permit, not a conditional use permit. So different.
So-
You could probably do the environmental impacts.
Okay, we can do it under environmental impact.
Sure.
I thought we had, so the wildlife is only something we changed in the
Conditional.
zoning.
Condition-
Subdivision.
Well, the wildlife really fences is, yeah.
Yeah.
But what about the wildlife impacts are
No,
under
wildlife
conditional
impact.
uses?
Hmm?
They're under conditional use applications. Different applications.
Yeah, no, but I thought we changed more than just the conditional use.
I don't think we touched tower applications in a while.
Okay,
So-
maybe we should.
Yeah. well, that-
But anyway, if we have an environmental, because this is an important, this is a very important from home.
Sure, and I can tell you why they weren't included is because they were turned in with the application, meaning that the applicant actually went to them first. And they didn't respond to us, so I guess that's where.
Gotcha. Sorry for reading everything.
You're good.
Careful, but yeah, I would, definitely would like to see that included in, approval.
Maura, do you have anything?
Well, I guess, so unlike a wax tower, which is a conditional use permit, right? Like,
It's another different application.
right, yeah. Right, but like you can condition that approval. Can we condition this approval?
There's nothing in here.
Sorry, there's nothing in the tower permit regulations, which explicitly allow for the planning and zoning commission and county commissioners to condition the permit, like for a conditional use permit.
Or do you have anything?
Let's just follow up on that generically. Can there be, is that a gap in our regulations that perhaps should be corrected? Yeah, I'm back to where we've gone around this barn a number of times. Is why do we ask Game and Fish for their recommendations if we have no way of incorporating them into our decisions?
Yeah, no, that it needs to be in the regulations,
So it
how
would-
you're to do that.
I mean,
That's always been my recommendation, but,
Okay.
I mean, the other option is it can always be a request.
Okay, so
You
let's-
can request whatever you want.
Sure, and we're all good neighbors and I have no reason to think these guys wouldn't be, but let us flag that for correction in our regulations going forward. That would be consistent with what I'm hearing here. But that also gets me to one of my comments on environmental impacts. The staff comment was, this area is not a known environmentally sensitive area. Perhaps that's an incorrect statement. We've been alerted by Game and Fish that in fact it is.
Perhaps.
So
That would be justification for a recommendation denied.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to go that far, but I would like the staff report to reflect that we do have some knowledge of sensitive areas. Is that an appropriate comment? We could straighten that out. I mean, that's just the way it's written is as though it was examined and nothing was found. Next question. Am I understanding this correctly? This is a replacement tower.
I don't know. It has to go through this. I mean, it's a brand new, it's like a new tower from ground up, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, just the way they had written it, it sounded like the proposed equipment upgrade is not suitable to withstand future equipment loading. Therefore, they propose a new.
I assume they're taking another tower off the grid or whatever,
That's what I.
and they're putting this one up. It's not like it's.
Oh, but not one for one.
Correct.
This is a different site.
Yeah, it's a different site.
Okay. That was sorry, I was a little confused.
And there is a representative for the project
Okay.
online if they need to correct us or something.
Then, as always, I'd like to see each finding be affirmatively addressed. There's one here that says, screening and buffering provide separation from incompatible adjacent. Applicant responses, please see the zoning. The staff comment is staff agrees. That strikes me as maybe a bit too offhand. Staff agrees with what? That they have met the distance and found the separation distance adequate, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so could you modify the staff report to say that, what it is that you're agreeing with? And the point is that we are able to find that they meet the requirements. Then down below, you've done exactly what I keep lobbying for. Under air traffic safety, for example, the applicant submitted the required information and there are no issues. Similarly, under number 4, staff has received this. So again, I'd like to make our staff reports consistent so that people can easily understand what went on. Otherwise, I think it's a good project. I have no objections to it.
And I think same. So with that, let's hear from the applicant. And who is the applicant here?
Hey, good evening. Chris Schlax is online here.
All right, go ahead.
Yep, I'm joined by Courtney Standridge as well. We're both with SAC Wireless on behalf of Union. And this project is a result of a federal government mandate to replace Chinese-made equipment that is out in the field. It's a national security concern, and so there's a program called Rip and Replace funded by the federal government to replace that equipment with new equipment. There is an existing Union site in the town of Rock River. It's actually on top of like a shelter building, and that is not structurally capable of handling the new equipment, and thus we are looking to add this new tower just to the east of the town. I think that's kind of the general scope of the project. I will comment on the Fish and Game response there. If there is a requirement outside of that build window, we will oblige to that. We do that with many of our towers. If there's any restrictions through the NEPA process or any of our environmental reviews, we're more than happy to work around the construction schedule there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Henning, do you have any questions?
Mr. Schlax, can you tell me the difference in the heights between the original tower and this replacement one?
Yeah, the original tower is actually on top of a shelter, so it's probably about 20 feet. This one is slightly outside of town. It's proposed for 100 feet. That's to provide coverage for the area. It'll provide, coverage within existing other towers to connect in. But because we're moving it a little bit outside of town, this allows for kind of full coverage for the wireless network there.
And so you run a model trying to predict whether you would be required to provide FAA lighting, or FFA lighting, sorry. And you're finding that you don't need it, but until you actually apply for the permit, it may in fact be required.
Correct. So that would be a FAA requirement. Typically, if there's an airport nearby or it's over a certain height, I believe it's 150 feet, that's where it gets triggered to require lighting. So at this point, we don't anticipate that being a requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Hinckley?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Mr. David?
I have a question about the range. would the coverage encompass the woodland reservoirs?
We'd have to probably confirm that with the engineer. I mean, typically you're looking at 5 miles in any direction. That might be a little bit far, but depending on the terrain, it may extend over that way. I don't know if I know that offhand, but I could look.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? I don't have any questions for you also, so thanks for your time, Mr. Schlanks.
Thank you.
So we'll open this up for our public comment if there is any, or public hearing, excuse me. Is there any member of the public present online who would like to say anything? I don't see anyone, so may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Move. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. That motion carries. Maura, tell us how you feel.
Well, if there's no lighting on it, I can live with it.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. You can live with it. Just joking, but I'm Ms. Potato.
I'm fine as long as the recommendation of the Game and Fish are followed.
Okay, Mr. Hinckley.
I'm okay with it. Would you like a motion?
I would like a motion.
I recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the Union Wireless Tower Permit Application LUCT 0125, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis as amended, findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Is there a second?
My second.
Any further discussion? In that case, all in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion carries. It's unanimous, Joe. So great. We will continue then. So we will now come to the Koduri zoning district amendment application ZDA -09-25. And does anyone need a break? Okay, go ahead, Dave.
All right, so this is a zoning district amendment application. The applicants are the Koduris. The address for this proposal is 1618 Skyline Drive. They're requesting to change a portion of their property to commercial. This was sent out for reviews and we received some comments back. Most notable would be the City of Laramie's comment, who recommended denial of the application based on deficiencies in the site plan, inconsistencies with adopted plans, compatibility and development pattern concerns, and reliance on city services. He recommends future development for this property include annexation into the City of Laramie. And so the applicant addressed all of the required impacts and provided a site plan. And get down to my analysis here real quick. So the planning staff believes that the proposed zoning district amendment generally follows the suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan and the Laramie Area Growth Plan for the following reasons: amending the ranchette portion to commercial supported by the adopted plans in that prior growth area 1 map supports auto urban commercial land on the properties contiguous to this to the west. Laramie Growth Area Plan is similarly shows neighborhood commercial land uses to the contiguous properties to the west. And then rural commercial land use designation of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan supports rural commercial uses where major intersections are. So this proposal is consistent with the rest of this area, which is mostly commercial uses on the south side of Skyline Drive and much of the north side, where this property is currently zoned commercial and ranchette with existing commercial uses on the property. The expansion of commercial uses will not result in a change that will negatively affect the character of the area. Access to well-maintained road at a busy intersection makes this property a good location for future commercial uses. And the proposal has addressed all the required findings. Staff is recommending approval of the Koduri zoning district amendment, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report. I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Also, just note the Koduris are in the back and they would be happy to answer questions as well.
Yeah.
Dave,
Hold on, please. Just hold on a second, please. Would you please give us a little bit of background history?
Background history.
Yeah. Of how this application came forward to the county.
So Dr. Koduri came in and we visited with him about the application. I believe that he also met with the city staff to talk about the potential for annexation, and it was his decision to come through the county and to apply to do what he wants to do on his property. And so, I mean, he's had some different ideas over the course of some time or whatever, but this was something he chose to apply for, and so we're bringing it to you.
And when was the initial contact about, roughly?
I have no clue.
I mean, it was a couple years ago? Or?
No, probably within 6-10 months.
Okay. We'll go in order here.
Wait, which application are we discussing?
We're doing Koduri.
You said Olson. I heard you say Olson, so I was looking at
Yeah,
something.
well,
else.
my
Okay.
mistake. Yeah, I'm sorry. And thanks for the comment.
I just
So-
want to make sure we are all looking at the same thing.
We're now all looking at the same thing.
Okay.
And that is the Koduri.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Vern, please go ahead.
Yeah, just part of my confusion, that I got kind of lost in the maps. Can you bring up maybe the zoning map?
Ours?
Yeah, that was included in the packet.
Oh, okay.
It's labeled zoning map.
Yeah, maybe there's several of them that are. Because there was a sketch that the applicant provided, and again, I just got a little bit lost exactly what piece is going where, so you just help me through that. And then as far as the staff report, I think this is great, and I love the fact that you put the city zoning on this map, and that you brought the city's comments right to this trend. I mean, that's what this is all about, and you went through and addressed them, so I appreciated the organization and the thoroughness.
So there it is, Vern.
Okay, so the aqua colors are around a small rectangle and a kind of a panhandle piece. So
okay.
Looking at that, tell me what we're doing.
Okay, so the little red piece there, the little rectangle piece, that is Skyline, or no, it's the golf place, the little mini golf place, whatever. But that is actually not a separate piece of property. That property and then the panhandle shaped property are one property. But the zoning on this, so there's basically two different zoning categories on this property.
And the application is to make the whole piece.
Correct.
Commercial.
Yes,
There
so
you
the
go.
whole thing would be commercial.
Okay, thank you. That was what had me a little twisted off. Appreciate it. That's all I had.
Ralph.
Skip over because I am
Okay,
catching
Laura.
up.
Well, I feel like it's right like no man's land in between residential area and commercial area, and you could like flip a coin and say it should be residential, which it's currently zoned for, it's commercial. And just knowing the housing, I guess I can ask the applicant when it's time to ask him whether it ever made financial sense to annex and get on city infrastructure to build out more residential potential for our county residents. So I'll just ask the applicant some questions. Thanks.
Ralph, are you ready or?
Yeah, I had the same thought and more about whether it should be, I mean, what's going commercially on? May be better to make it residential or leave it residential and develop it. Yeah.
Is that it?
That's all.
Okay, I have a few questions, David. Do you agree that the city has a strong and important interest in this property? What happens to it?
I believe that because it is next to the city, an annexation is a potential that, yeah, of course, the city has an interest in this
And
property.
it shares a border with the city?
Correct.
It does. And how would you characterize the city's comments? I mean, would you say they're sort of could go either way, or they have a strong objection, or?
I appreciate their comments. So I mean, there's some that I think there's some misunderstanding of our regulations, that I wouldn't agree with, but I don't necessarily wholeheartedly disagree with everything they said, for sure.
And I mean, it looks to me that the state establishes a pretty high hurdle that have to be met to show that city interests have been satisfied in cases where properties are being considered at city borders. Is that about right?
Say that again.
I mean, it looks to me like the state has established a pretty high hurdle that needs to be met to show that cities' interests have been satisfied when properties joining the city boundary are being considered for development or zoning district changes. Matt, you're shaking your head.
The state has?
In statute.
That's for subdivision, and that's only that they get the
Yeah.
opportunity to provide comment.
Okay.
Right, and this is zoning resolution that the city has no, I guess, vested interest in this, where there's nothing statutorily that gives them any right to make decisions or
Okay.
provide comments.
And that's because this is a zoning district change request and not a subdivision request.
Correct.
All right, good.
They're different, yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you think would generally best serve the interests of the county and the city here? I mean, basically, should the city be able to decide this? In your opinion as a planner?
Well, no, the city shouldn't be able to decide this because it's in the county. So, I mean, that's why we're here before you, for you to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to hopefully make that decision. It's up to the landowner to determine whether they would like to pursue annexation with the city or to pursue development within the county. So, I mean, it's their choice to try to do what they want to do within either of those.
Okay.
Us, I guess. Other
Matt, did you have a
government
comment you wanted to offer or something you would say?
Yeah, I did.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I guess before we wade too much farther into these waters, the county's role in annexation is none. So. Or just like, for that to be.
Yeah, not great.
Considered.
I do have one quick question. Is this outside of the aquifer protection zone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I think that takes care of, oh, you have something, Vern?
Well, okay, I don't know how you want to wade into that. I would like to hear staff's response to the letter that we got from the city. Can we, how we want to handle that? It's a big piece of this. Do I just start at the top and go through? I guess it's a specific question. Perhaps Mr. Ayers anticipated it. We cannot insist on annexation. We could deny the zoning change because we think this is incompatible with the Laramie area growth plan, however. Is that correct?
You can recommend that, yeah.
I mean, the plans are intended to guide our zoning decisions.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Laramie area growth plan is in play in this discussion if we choose to put it there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Since that is a criteria for approval.
Right.
And our regulations.
And the growth plan is an approved land use management plan by the city and by the county.
Mhm.
Okay. So just to lay that groundwork, then I'd be interested in just maybe going through this. What's your pleasure?
Let's move on and have applicants step forward, take questions, and in our discussion, we can have a free-ranging discussion, yes. So, Mr. Koduri, are you here? And I'm sorry, are you Mr. or Doctor?
I'm both.
Well, we're not Well, okay, well, please step forward. If you'd like to add anything to your comments application, great, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll have some questions for you, I'm sure. So would you like to add anything to your application itself?
My
Give us a
intention
little
was,
background or whatever.
so the property I bought, like, I just thought of just keeping it as the golf course and stuff when I bought it. It came with a residence and they both are like zoned differently with one piece of title and deed. And the last building we built in front of the golf course, like since it's zoned commercial, I was able to get a permit build it, but there were like 20 applicants that needed like commercial space to lease. The only reason I realized is the space to lease in the city or like wherever to store stuff is like more than $1 a square foot versus I was able to give it for like way lower than that. So there are like 20 people that wanted space. But then like I don't know like what's the proper way to, I mean, there is no way I can financially sustain annexing and building a subdivision or anything like that. That's not even in my scope. I'm a small guy. It's like I can build a small steel building and rent it to somebody to use. If you guys approve, if not, I'll just mind my business. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything out of the section next to me. They are using it as commercial. The west side is all commercial. Right. And my neighbors, all of them are in agreement with what I'm doing. I have no problems with any of them. So the residential side, like how the master plan for Laramie, I totally agree with it, but I have no intent to sell it in my lifetime because I don't trust anything other than the piece of land I can touch and feel. So it's not going to happen unless, I mean, if something bad happens to me and I have to lose the property for whatever reason. So if you allow me to do something like commercial, I would use it appropriately, like according to the guidelines of the county. And I think it'll add value to our small businesses for like somebody who has a landscape company to store their tools securely for like a few $100s a month versus they can't even find a space in town of Laramie. It's not going to hurt anything for people in the city. It's completely away from where people drive and all that. So, and it's a safe part of town to kind of people to store their stuff. So that's all I'm trying to do. So.
Okay, Laura, do you have any questions?
So, well, I don't have any ability to do anything about annexation as per our attorney, but I am just curious whether when you were talking to the city, were they able to offer any assistance in running any kind of sewer line?
I only talked to the city 2.5 years ago when I bought the property, and the rules and regulations, what they were telling me, they are completely above what I can afford to do. Like even just getting a survey or like some sort of master plan to that, that's not in my scope. Yeah. And they didn't offer any.
I may be misinformed about whether the city in the meantime has changed any of their cost sharing to do something like that. If they have, and I'm not totally bonkers about that, would you consider talking to the city again to see whether there's anything? Okay, thank you, Dr. Koduri.
Questions or much like Commissioner Hanningson, perhaps Joe can explain that when he gets up to it, when we get to him, because I would be interested in what exactly does annexation require? What is that threshold?
Okay, well, thank you then. So Joe Chihani from the city, please come forward and give us some good stuff.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commission. As the chair has already said, my name is Joe Sheedy. I'm a planner with the city of Laramie. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk on this and other items tonight. The city has reviewed this application against the standards laid out in Chapter 3, Section 5 of the Albany County Zoning Resolution, and we respectfully recommend denial of the zoning amendment from rural residential to commercial. First and foremost, we found that there was deficiencies in the application. Under Chapter 3, Section 5C6A of the county zoning resolution, a complete site plan is required for a zoning amendment. Unfortunately, the submission fails to meet the basic requirements of just that. Per the site plan requirements of Chapter 5, Section 4, which we believe you would go off of for this because there is no other specific instructions for a site plan within the previously mentioned chapter. And the submitted documents lack the basic requirements of that section. For example, some of the minor things in there include things like project name, preparer's name, date of preparation, revision history, all things that are specifically laid out within that section. But also it omits dimensions for all existing and proposed structures, provides no indication of wells, fencing, or signage, and offers no verification of setbacks and landscape standards that can be met or whether they can or cannot be met. The map itself is insufficient quality to clearly identify easements of driveways and dimensions. We noticed that it was very, very blurry and it was hard to tell exactly what it was looking at. Without this level of information, neither staff nor the commission can determine whether the property can safely or adequately accommodate the commercial use permitted in the county's land use table 4.1. Additionally, we found that there was inconsistencies with adopted plans. Both the Albany County Comprehensive Plan, map 3.5, Priority Growth Area 1, and the Laramie Growth Area Plan designate the site for suburban residential use, not commercial development. Suburban residential areas are identified for single-family dwellings on moderately sized lots, forming the transition between higher intensity commercial corridors and established neighborhoods. Converting this parcel to commercial use directly conflicts with the adapted land use designations and introduces incompatible activities next to the Knowles Addition and the CPL Addition subdivisions, which are a part of the city of Laramie. Additionally, while there are commercial zoning zones nearby, simply being adjacent to commercial property does not automatically make further expansion appropriate. Sound planning depends on logical transitions between uses, maintaining predictable patterns as development moves from arterial corridors towards residential neighborhoods. Commercial zoning at this location would push higher intensity uses eastward into areas that both the city and the county plans have long envisioned for residential growth. It would erode the gradual transition intended along 15th Street or the future 15th Street and risk conflicts between existing homes and potential commercial operations. Additionally, although the property lies outside of city limits, it is already benefiting substantially from city fire protection and city streets access via Skyline Drive and 15th Street. Expanding commercial activities would increase reliance on these municipal services without extending regulatory oversight, infrastructure standards, or mitigation measures required under the city's Unified Development Code. Approving this resolution would therefore undermine both this county and the city's goal for growth efficient, logical sequential development, specifically objective LU of the Albany County, or LU1 of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan, which promotes development that can be efficiently served by public services. The city firmly believes that the constructive path for this property's future is through annexation, something that we realize that you cannot force or review, but we believe that leaving it as is, in its current zoning, meets this standard as much. In conclusion, the city of Laramie urges the Planning and Zoning Commission to recommend denial of ZDA 0925. I stand for questions
Yeah, we'll have some questions. First, I'll comment on site plans. We had an earlier discussion about site plans of the Parsons application. And I don't know how much you're listening or not listening, but with zoning district changes or amendments, the site plan requirements are different than for conditional uses. And they're not actually required to provide for zoning district change some of the things you outlined, but which I also agree. should be there and something we intend to address in the future. With that, then Dave, do you have any questions first?
No.
Sandy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Shahidi, for coming to the meeting. In the past, sometimes we received letters from the city, but not a human to accompany them. So I appreciate your time tonight to do that. So what I said earlier about whether I'm off my rocker, that the city more recently is trying to consider ways to change the cost share relationship and extending infrastructure out to properties. Is that, am I wrong about that?
Chair, through you.
Go ahead.
The city has looked into that. I think we have adjusted our oversizing requirements. The basic requirements is to build to the minimum standard of city streets. But as far as extension of services and utilities, as well as anything that would be required by UDC for site specific, such as landscaping or parking areas, that is all on the applicant to provide, as it would be in the county as well.
And
so to answer your question, it's a very limited scope on what the city can provide assistance on. It would be very unlikely to be the entire site.
But has that changed since Mr. Koduri or Dr. Koduri was talking? Maybe his time to go in and talk predated your employment with the city, and you don't know. But I just wondered if there was any chance to get the parties to talk again, or just like the other new thing that the city is trying to do with I guess that's for city land, the 99-year leases, the economic, that wouldn't apply here, and it's not even a done deal for the city yet, right?
Sure, through you. Our code changes frequently, not frequently, but we adjust to improve our code and to address deficiencies and address market conditions. From 2.5 years ago, I do believe that the code has changed in that specific respect with oversizing. I believe that was fairly recent, actually. But as far as 99-year leases, I don't believe that Mr. Koduri would need that because he owns his property.
Right.
As far as I know, I don't know actually the status of the property, but I assume that he owns it because he is applying for this.
Right. I guess I'm just thinking out loud about whether there's any way to bring the parties together to explore a housing option. But it sounds like Dr. Koduri has investigated sort of the cost benefit of his options and wasn't finding the housing route to be something he could afford. Okay, well, thanks.
Share through you. That is certainly a business decision on Mr. Koduri's part.
Right.
The city of Laramie doesn't get involved with business decisions. We do let them know exactly what our requirements are and hold them to that standard, but we don't get involved with whether they want to invest in such a way or not.
Thank you.
Joe, you don't need to make any references to me. That's fine. We're a little bit less informal if we can be, sir.
So just we're trying to kind of play out where this would go in your vision. I guess as I understand it, is the piece would remain as is if we were to deny the zoning, and it would remain that way until such time as somebody came forward with the financing to put in a city approvable subdivision. Is that kind of how you would see this playing out? That at some point in the future, this would be annexed.
We are fine with it either staying the same or annexed into the city. We believe that holding all parties accountable to either the Laramie Growth Plan or the Albany County's approved comprehensive plan is reasonable. If it was brought into the city, I do imagine that it would be recommended for zoning to be residential.
So if the zoning application were for small lot residential, say, that would be congruent with your understanding of the city's interests in the long-term plan.
If that was the suggestion here today before us, we would we would not be making comments today if that was the case.
So you're not necessarily looking towards annexation, you're looking towards residential use of the.
What we're looking for is congruency with the plans that both the city and the county have agreed on.
But have I characterized that correctly? That means
That is a
residential?
reasonable characterization, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Anything else?
Not that is immediately on my mind. It's a difficult question, and I'm just looking at the map, and there it is, sandwiched between commercial and residential. I appreciated your phrasing of how does one handle that transition? Abruptly, gradually, creepingly. We could kind of find the right adverb there. So stand down at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'll just add on right there. To me, the appropriate way to make that transition an ideal world would be with 15th Street and not the boundary between this property and residential, but that's just my side. If this were approved by the county commissioners and Mr. Koduri commenced with construction on the property, would it be possible for the city to continue to expand further past this using 15th Street alone?
It would be extremely difficult at that point.
I didn't know if that's
we would not.
possible. Yeah, because in many towns or cities, it's possible to go down a single street and next property is further beyond some sort of, essentially like a wall of non-city property.
The city would not. It would depend on exactly what is being annexed in to bring it into city standards. Generally, the city does not leapfrog and have island annexations because extension of services does not make sense financially or otherwise. Essentially, if we're not building 15th Street, which would have been part of the obligation if it was built into by the city within the city, the next property down will have to go through the county process in order to gain access through 15th, what potentially could become 15th Street. But, as far as, the development and whether it would stop that, I don't know. I don't know the next property owner, but extending services out that far would certainly become much more difficult.
Well, let me re-ask the question. That's not what I'm asking. And maybe Matt, I phrased it poorly. I was asking, could the city expand its boundaries down 15th Street if this were, not to go into the city, this county piece, and continue city growth beyond this property if it chose to, or at some point in the future, or is that not possible?
I think what we're seeing and what we determined in the growth plan is that 15th, our skyline has become somewhat of a barrier in the way it's developed currently to normal expansion. And therefore, this would probably mimic what has already been created there and kind of create this wall of this island of not being able to expand in that further south.
Well, that's all I have. Does anyone have any other questions? No. David.
Yeah, just, so this property annexes, and then there's two island properties that are created. So what do you do about those? Do they have to annex two as part of that annexation, or how would you deal with that with the city?
By state statute, any islands that are surrounded by 3 or more sides can be forcibly annexed at that point, brought into the city. And so if you're island zoning with county, our recommendation would to our planning commission and city council would be to bring islands of county zoning in as well.
I'm not, the two islands, pardon to jump in here, but just which are you talking about? Again, I'm looking at the map.
Yeah, so that big so
East to the east.
to the east, it would create, because it would connect to that other subdivision, but then there's those two pieces or 2 or 3 pieces of property that are an island now.
They're all contiguous though. Okay, yeah.
That would be the island.
This guy would be, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So could we get staff to respond to his suggestion of deficiencies and so forth? Is that?
Yeah, well, I tell you, let's hold the public hearing and then we can continue our discussion. So is there any member of the public who would like to comment?
I would like to comment on that, yeah.
Oh, please come forward and state your name.
My name's Max Guthart and I'm a developer in town as well.
All right.
My first question is to you on the board. Are you here to represent the county or are you here to represent the city?
We represent the county.
Okay.
The city is
We are
part
the
of
county planning and zoning commission.
Well,
The
I
city
think,
is
I think
part
a
of
little
the
different than that, Mr. Hinckley. I think a little different on that. And I think that was settled with the state long ago when they took away the 1 mile radius in regards to the development rules and regulations. One of the reasons why, does anybody know why Sunbelt left? I'm just bringing up another subject that I want to share with you.
What Sunbelt is.
Huh?
So we know what Sunbelt is. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Does
no,
anybody know?
yeah.
I know them for a fact
No, I
because
don't
we're
know.
gonna do work for them. That project was shot down because of what the city was requiring of them to do in regards to their property. So as we move to the county and we try to develop in the county, if we overregulate, we're gonna do the same thing to these companies that wanna come and be in the city of Laramie. And I would, would ask you guys to consider that in regards to what's going on. In all my development experiences over the 50 years, I keep seeing with the city municipalities that they're working industrial, commercial, and residential and multifamily houses in together. So when I hear the argument about it being commercial and there'd be a problem out there, I don't see the problem in regards. I've lived here all my life. We were with the Loams when they were developing that. We've been before the city and reviewed properties up there to develop, and this is one of them. And the cost in the development of housing, you can't meet the criteria to develop housing there based upon the city's regulations 30 years ago. Our regulations in the city municipality have changed dramatically to where what we're doing as developers to develop property, the cost is not a changeover cost. We can't develop housing out there in that regards, in that circumstance, unless, I don't know if I get your name right, Mr. Koduri had, if he had 100 acres, Vern, we can make it work, but he doesn't. And so in regards to the simplicity of what he's trying to do, and I'm not involved, I don't even know him, I haven't met him. But in regards to, I just think sensibly, when you think about that area and what is going on, it's very industrial and commercial. In regards, there was a question when the development of Mr. Loam's property went in over there. The question was, people were concerned about the residential being with the commercial. And we hear all the time in regards to the development throughout the whole city plan and everything else. There's multifamily, there's single family, there's commercial, there's industry, and it's all meshing together, which I don't think I'm not too excited about that. I'm thinking residential be over here if we're bringing all these, if we're talking big industry and commercial, and we're bringing semi trucks in and we're doing all those kind of things, makes it a little bit difficult to be dragging that through a residential area, which you wouldn't be doing that. That whole frontage of Skyline is all commercial in regards until you get to 18th Street, to where there's got to be a line drawn somewhere, right? There's got to be a line drawn somewhere where commercial starts or where industry starts or where multifamily level starts or whatever the case may be. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I would like you guys to consider what you're really evaluating here and how small this piece of property is and what he's even proposing to do. I think it's very reasonable. I think it'd be a good idea. Living here and being a fourth generation person in Laramie in regards to this whole thing, we're struggling in Laramie. And I've got a lot of reasons why I think that's the case. And it has to do with the city. And we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this issue. So in regards to this, I think that we have got to get things moving in regards to the community. in a safe manner. But if we keep regulating things, we're gonna regulate people right out of, improving the city of Laramie in regards to whether it's industry, commercial, whatever it may be. I don't think anybody here is trying to hurt anybody in regards to that. And then most developments, as we develop things, we take on letters of recommendations from the communities and we try to meet them. So I would really, man, I just want to bring some common sense and some clarity to where he's trying to put a building, or I think he's going to try to put a building, or maybe it's a shop or whatever he's going to do. But we really need to consider that. And as I've listened to you guys this evening, and I listened to the concerns and regulations, those concerns are inevitable, always up for discussion all the time. But yet we keep bringing them up and we keep extending these times to get things developed, and we can't get things done. So people that are coming that want to rent a commercial building or need housing or need because they're moving into Laramie, we're not getting it done. We're overregulated. And the idea that the proposed rental company that I can't remember the guy's name. He's talking about the property north of Laramie and how that might pollute the river with invasive species. Is absolutely impossible in regards to what they're doing with equipment. I've been around equipment all my life. And if we're renting here, which we do, now I have to rent out of Denver, which may bring a concern if I'm bringing something out of Denver and I'm working up here, right? It's a better deal to have the rental company here because we're not crossing the line. We're not going out of town to get equipment. We want to do it here. It's a lot cheaper. Just in shipping, you put one of them big machines on one of them trucks, it's $3,000 just to get it here. So I know I've said a lot of things about a couple other things. I've got much more to say, but I think, can we be a little bit more considerable of what's going on and how people are pouring money into this community, whether it's in the county or it's in the city. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in public hearing? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion carries. Okay, well, our discussion will commence.
May I make just one brief comment?
Sure.
I would like to apologize to your girlfriend for my jumping in there and to you. That was out of line. So,
we're all doing our best. So
okay. So
thank you.
yes, I
thank you.
Shouldn't have interrupted you. You made a good statement. I appreciate your comments on the community. Thank you. Thank you for allowing that.
So let's begin our discussion, Marav.
I have mixed feelings about this because on one hand, the area is, at least to the west, is pretty commercial with quite a few empty buildings actually. And on the other side, there's residential and we need more affordable housing. Laramie. So, it's a toss up, but if Mr. Koduri cannot afford to develop and the city cannot afford to help him, especially with the reduction in property taxes, we are strapped for money. I don't know that there is a solution out of it. Except, of the conflict.
Mara.
Yeah, I think it's the tension we see often between, property rights, and that Dr. Koduri has the right to develop this land the way he is envisioning. And we have land use plans that try to guide growth in a logical fashion. But it's not like, a strictly enforceable document if it's not incorporated into our zoning resolution. And that, I think of the Millipore company, which is out here, and they went from being, they requested to be annexed into the city at some point. And so what we decide today doesn't preclude a future owner wanting to annex, like the Millipore example. So I don't know, I'm feeling, like I said, you could flip a coin and say it should be residential because of everything to the east, or commercial because of everything to the west. You could arbitrarily pick where 15th Street dumps out onto Skyline, and then I think it's also a little complicated that a part of the property, it isn't subdivided off. It's just zoned. That one Oasis Golf section is already zoned commercial, so that sort of adds a little complication to the facts of the land. So I'm interested to hear what you both think about it as well.
Well, in response to this application and Mr. Coulthard's point, I think it's perfectly clear that our charge, as is the charge of the county commissioners, is to represent the residents of Albany County. And there are some 35,000 of them. And some of them live inside the city of Laramie, and some live in Rock River, and some live out dispersed across the landscape. But our charge is to do our best to ensure the health, safety, and welfare, and morals is actually the state law of that whole group. And so I appreciate Mr. Coulthard's use of the word community, which does not stop at some particular street. And so I think it is fully appropriate for the county commission and us as the advisors to address the concerns of the community, which includes both in and out of the city of Laramie. Then as to the substance of the proposal, I'm sympathetic to the idea of you draw the line somewhere between commercial areas, and we try to concentrate those and develop them around these major arterials like 287 north and south. Skyline's kind of on the bubble. I'm sympathetic to leaving this in residential zoning towards the time in the future when development pressures and development financing are commensurate with it being brought into the city. So the city and the county cooperatively developed and adopted the Laramie Growth Plan, as they have other land use planning documents. And I celebrate that cooperation rather than those who would draw a sharp line and say, our job is to defend the county against the city. I just don't subscribe to that psychology at all. That said, the community does need additional housing, and we need to develop in an orderly way. But you're handing us, I'm kind of on the bubble, but if I'm going to fall off the fence one way or another, I would fall on the side of leaving it in residential zone.
Mr. Hinckley, can I respond to that?
I'm sorry, but I believe we need to hold off on that.
Can I make one point to consider? The point would be that it's not, you're not going to develop that. You're not going to be able to build housing there. Not because it can't be done. It's because what the city requires in development fees, as well as water and sewer that's got to make it there. We know those things for a fact in regards to the cost, because we've been there on that property before. So I'm saying, please consider the fact that, okay, wait a minute, if the property can't be used for this because the costs are too much, what can we use the property for? That's what I'm asking you to consider.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm in line with Vern here. I'm very, very sympathetic to Dr. Koduri. and property rights. And I'm also thinking about the long-term success and prosperity of the overall community. My hope would be that, if we stick with the plan we have, I'm talking about the Laramie Growth Area Plan and also the city's plans, that if and when, and hopefully the city prospers, also property values will prosper. And that any property owner will enjoy increases in value of their properties with city growth and prosperity. So I'm inclined to, again, stick with the current zoning we have. I would recommend denial of this. And go with that. I'll also add that we all recognize that some of our decisions are easy and some are very, very tough. And it's not possible to make everyone happy. That will never be possible. And I also further add that I really appreciate the city being represented here.
I think city
And-
did not put all the facts. I don't agree with everything what he said. You have to like vet those facts, what they brought up. And I think I'm being like bullied by everybody that can be powerful enough to, I'm a single person here. I don't have any experience with this. I honestly don't know this gentleman until this moment. So I'm just trying to say, whatever they came up with, all that logistics, like half of the is not true. I know that. I can prove that.
Yeah. Well. So is anyone prepared to make a motion here?
Do we want to have staff respond to the city's, for example, the claims of deficiencies? Is that there are some objective notions floating around this discussion?
Yeah, David, please, tell us whatever you'd like to say here about the city had to say.
Sure, Chair, Commissioners. So the first point that was provided was that it's not meeting the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. That's basically based on what is required in Chapter 5, Section 4. If you read Chapter 5, Section 4, it says these are the site plan requirements for a zoning certificate and for conditional use, which this is neither. And we know that, obviously city staff doesn't know the history of how we separated out the zoning district amendments and, the permitting, the actual permits. So those apply to the permit, and that's what was being discussed here. And so that's where I believe there was the confusion. And in my opinion, they did meet the requirements because there's no requirements actually for a zoning district amendment when it comes to site plans. So there's that. Inconsistency with plans. Actually, they mentioned the landscaping requirements. We do have landscaping requirements. However, they're not required at the zoning district amendment stage. They would be required with any buildings or development on the property. So with a zoning certificate or a future conditional use permit, that's when we would require the landscaping page. So it's not that we're not requiring it, it's just not required at this stage. It consistent with adopted plans. The area already includes commercial zoning that's contiguous to there's the two subdivisions. And the commercial's already abutting these things. And there's actually commercial on the east side of this property as well. So it's not like there's not commercial over there. There is. And the subdivision that's north of this property is abutted by a commercially zoned property that's in the city. So I'm trying to figure out where these things are inconsistent, but if you look at those things, those subdivisions already have commercial zoning, and I don't think there's going to be an impact there. Reliance on city services. This area is shown as growth efficient by the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. If you look at the growth efficiency map, it's in priority growth area 1, obviously. I believe this area is covered by the Albany County Fire District number 1 Central Station. So it's either them or there is a contract where the county fire district pays the city for services. So it shouldn't be a strain on city services because we're paying for them if they are coming into the county. So some of that was not exactly, I guess I don't necessarily agree with some of the comments there. And you know, the only service that's being provided right now to this property is there's an existing road, but it also serves every other county property that's out there as well. So, yeah, maybe there's a little additional traffic, but, it's a paved road and it should be able to handle additional traffic. So there really isn't, unless they request additional services from the city, nothing is going to change when the zoning changes, or if the zoning was to change. So those are my comments to those comments. You know, we do appreciate the comments from city staff, and their time and effort they put into this. And obviously, we have different opinions, but it gives you the opportunity to weigh the opinions and the information and make a decision based on those things. So, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any questions on my comments.
Just a quick one in terms of the city zoning. I thought you said that the city's zone commercial right across the street. I'm looking at the map. You mean?
Not right across the street, but like
to the west.
To the west. There's that abuts the subdivisions across the street.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So as we're kind of characterizing in our minds, do we stop at 15th? If one did, it would be residential east, commercial west.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I mean, if that's the boundary that is set.
No, just so I'm understanding the map that I'm looking at.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, David. How do I feel?
Same as we did before.
All right, looking for the words here. All right, just to bring us to something we can vote upon.
Yeah.
Is that I would recommend that to the Board of County Commissioners that we deny the Koduri zoning district amendment. Based on incompatibility with the county city adopted land use plans.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second it for conversation.
Okay. So further discussion on the motion.
Can we think about timeline, for example? I mean, what are the chances that this area will be developed for housing? I mean,
Well, it's reasonable to try to speculate about that.
I mean, from what we know about development in the city right now, the area on the other side of I-80 is going in, right?
I'm sorry.
The area on the other side, the north of I-80, across from this is, you are developing it. It has been,
I think she's talking about the planned urban development by the high school.
yeah.
That's for you. Yeah, there is development up there. We're looking at Grandview Heights, I assume. And there's multifamily development going on there, as well as various different typologies of housing going on. For full transparency, within the city, we have about 60 new units of housing built every year. That's not necessarily, a lot of times that is partially a workforce thing as well.
Sure.
How many people we have to build things. But yeah.
Could I ask him?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the map again. I'm seeing 18th Street, which is developed in relatively high density residential properties. How is it that was developable and this other area would not be?
Are you talking about there where like Pearl Street is and
I'm looking at
those?
the map that was right to the 18th Street south of Skyline.
It's right there.
Yeah, that's Pearl and all that. I'm looking at the air photo that has been annotated for us by the staff. Okay, and that's a subdivision running south on 18th Street, is that correct?
Right.
And speaking to Mr. Coulter's point, some of this discussion that this could never be brought into residential area, that seems incongruous to me when I'm looking at the area immediately east, having been developed as high density residential. Any response to that? Is there any reason you see that this couldn't join its partner there on 18th Street?
Without doing a full financial analysis, it's hard, but I can make some speculations. Yes, there's housing there. It's fairly high density. It is single family residential though. And so it's possible to continue that up north, leading off of adjoining streets and the continuation of 15th Street. And so whether or not it's financially feasible, for Mr. Koduri specifically, or for anyone's other specifically, I would be making a lot of speculation without doing a full financial analysis.
Historically, that those houses on 18th Street south of I-80 are relatively new, if I'm remembering.
Right.
I mean, they're kind of being built as we speak. So were there any shortcuts that they took? Were there any special obstacles that they were uniquely able to overcome to develop that subdivision?
For the area to the south or to the east or to the area Grandview Heights?
The existing development along South 18th Street.
I believe that development was either late 90s or early 2000s. So it's been a little while since anything was developed out there. Why that part of that has to be, who owns property and why they would want to develop or not develop. Is it within the purview of the individual property owner? And so why this area is any different than anywhere else in the city, I don't believe that there is any extenuating circumstances for this.
It may well be the case that I wouldn't be able to personally develop that either. I don't have the financial resources, but a large company that does this for their business could perhaps come in and buy that property and develop it.
Well, and in fact has immediately east of it, is my point. If I'm understanding that correctly, which I was inviting your comment on, I guess I'm feeling that I'm seeing this correctly.
And this was well before my time. And
Yes,
so
yes.
It was,
Only before my time.
yeah. So I'm not sure if it was a big developer. We have smaller developers who do minor land divisions to make a lot that's much larger than what they need into two separate lots. When we're starting to get to major subdivisions, that's when costs come into play and engineer design reports are required and, design of streets are required. And in order to build, there is a financial obligation that goes into these projects.
It's not a trivial undertaking, and I don't mean to suggest
No.
otherwise.
And it's also the case that different investors will have different investment hurdles, for internal rates of return they might want. Sure. Any other further discussion? In that case, we'll take a roll. Oh, you want to say anything else?
Just one thing that in a case, I think it was last year, in a similar case in West Laramie, we approved the application based on individual property rights. And that area was even more integrated into the city, abutting the city, and we felt that individual property rights were overriding the interaction between the city and the county. And so I have a little bit of a apprehension about denying this application, given that we have approved similar ones in the past. So we set a precedent already.
We'll say one last thing is.
Are you all agreeable with that?
Yeah.
Sure, please come ahead.
So that city depth subdivision that exists like on the south side of that I-80, that has never expanded for a few reasons, because since I own the property, we did like some tests, like when I built that foundation for the commercial building in front of the golf course, that soil and that place is not suitable, or it's not easy for like building homes and stuff like that. So it takes way more money to build a subdivision. That's why you didn't see any expansion of building extra homes in that subdivision. I mean, believe me, if it is feasible for me to develop it as a subdivision, as a housing, it's more lucrative than just building a little shop in that whole 11 acres. So I'm trying to like say, so at some point, let's say if somebody wants to build it, I can easily dismantle the shop and easily annex into the city. And I myself will build it at some point. But please be considerate in just letting me use the land that I own. I bought it with my sweat and blood. I feel like I'm being like in a position where I can't use like the land I bought with, I mean, just because I'm not violating anything. I'm just asking permission to build like a shop and use it. If nobody rents it, that's my problem. But I just want you to think through, why did that subdivision never expand?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll conduct a vote then.
So can I make a?
Yes, you may.
A general comment
Yes, you
about
may.
where we potentially find ourselves is we could end up with a tie for the second time in a year, where it stays with us until we have all 5 commissioners to break the tie. Or we could look at this as, really, we're a recommending body, we're not a deciding body.
Just hold on a second. We've dismissed the tie issue, haven't we? Have we voted and approved our bylaw changes for ties?
No, we did not.
Well, they're going through public.
Where are we?
Yeah, we did.
We did.
We voted on it? Okay.
Yeah, this is one something the public had to do anything about, so we can have a tie vote.
Right.
So with that, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Right. This just feels like one of those issues that the county commissioners are the ones who are gonna have to make the decision, right? And that we could spend a lot of time discussing it when it's really purely a recommendation from us. It's almost like it's gonna be called by the 3 county commissioners. So remind me, if we have a tie, it goes forward.
no.
No.
Well, just with the denial.
But it would-
That's
it would
only,
anyway.
only if
An application with a timeline.
Yeah.
No, if a motion fails on a tie vote, this is the
Right.
standard comment
Excuse me.
procedure, so we
Oh,
would
the
need,
motion failed.
we would not have to go forward. Well, okay, so then we have to do something else, but yeah, the fact that the motion was to deny, if that motion would fail on a tie vote.
Mark,
Yeah.
continue your comments, and I'm sorry against the interruption.
Oh, part of me is just, I'm leaning towards voting to, it's sort of a double negative, isn't it?
There is a double.
To say no to the denial. I'm sensing that from Commissioner Ben David, which puts us into a tie. Or I could vote to approve, even though that might not be what I want, just to like get this thing moving up the chain into the real decision makers.
I think, which is my recommendation, is that you keep it moving. And it can even be move, motion to or to pass along to the county commissioners with a recognition, that it was a tie between recommending denial and approval.
Oh, so we can have our tie and then recommend moving it up the chain regardless.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so,
the motion would fail, and then we would be back where we started, and then we could do something else, as per Mr. Ayer's suggestion. That's how we want to proceed in a parliamentary
we
way.
could have a motion to dispense with it, to dispense with the tie by sending it up the chain. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the motion itself would be to forward the application to the county commissioners, recognizing, that it was a a tie between recommendation of approval and denial.
So we'll continue the roll call vote. We will make a decision, and then we have further discussion if necessary.
The motion on the table.
The motion on the
is to
table
deny.
is to deny. What say you, Ms. Hanning?
Nay, I guess.
David?
Nay.
And I agree, to deny, and Mr. Hinckley?
I vote yes for my motion, but it
So-
fails, so we're back to where we started.
So we have a tie, so
We don't have a tie, we have a nothing.
we have
Yeah.
nothing. As Mr. Ayers has indicated, I think probably what we should do is, dispense with this by recommending go up to the county commissioners for the decision.
With the acknowledgement that it was a typo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So may I have a motion, that would do that?
I move that we send this matter on to the Board of County Commissioners with the acknowledgement that we had a typo. Is that appropriate?
Or that there was,
That we were split, it wasn't really
Yeah,
a
that-
typo.
We were split.
right, that there's a split between recommendation of approval and denial.
Okay, what he said.
So we're clear on the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, second, and, I'll call roll again. Mr. Hinckley?
Aye.
Ms. David?
Aye.
Ms. Hanning?
Aye.
And I vote aye also, so that motion carries. For those who are here who are present, which I guess is the topic we already on this application, thank you for your attention. Again, I regret that we're not gonna be able to make everyone happy in life, but that is life. So,
Can we have a break?
we can't have
Yeah,
it.
right.
Oh.
Just have leave. Joe.
All in.
Close it down.
Joe, are you good to go?
I think so.
All right. So our next application is for the Point North Subdivision Preliminary Plat Application, SD 025. Joe, please regale us.
Yes, the applicant is Coffee Engineering, owner is Point North LLC. The request is the approval of a preliminary plat in its zone industrial. Some general summary, they're proposing a 15 lot subdivision within their 71.13 acre parcel, which averages about 4.74 acres. Water is proposed to be provided by individual wells. Septic is proposed for each lot, individual systems. Storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider. Power by Carbon Power and Light or Rocky Mountain. Internet by Charter. Gas by Black Hills. U.S. Postal Service can establish delivery. No new roads are being proposed with the application. The applicant has provided proof of access. Road maintenance, PFE is a county road, and fire protection for this area is provided by Albany County Fire District 1. There were some reviews. I think most have been taken care of. And we can get to those later, I assume. The applicable sections of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations are Chapter 3, Section 1, Chapter 4, Sections 5 and 8, Chapter 5, Sections 1 and 4, Chapter 6, Sections 3 and 4. All notice was taken care of properly. I will note that the fencing requirement has not been met, as the applicant does not believe that this requirement applies to this subdivision. They have sent in a variance request, and I can get to that in a moment. Staff analysis, the applicant has provided a complete preliminary plat application, including all required documentation and reports. A final plat application will be required if the preliminary plat application is approved, which will also require approval from the Board of County Commissioners. The findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. And the staff recommendation is to approve the Point North Subdivision Preliminary Plat Application SD 0325, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, as each are stated in the staff report, with the condition that the plans for the fencing requirements be submitted by the Board of County Commissioners meeting. It is, I guess, let's get into the variance. They're requesting a variance from the fencing requirement as they believe that they don't pertain to them. We view the statute as any of our zoning allows cattle to run, which is the statute. And I guess with that, we would recommend denial of the variance because it's statute. The applicant can give us the plans for the fencing, or receive notice from all of their neighbors that they are not required to do the fencing. And either one of those is satisfactory for us. So yeah.
So we don't have an actual application for a variance in front of us.
So subdivision variances go through the subdivision application. They come with the application.
All right. Is that correct, Matt?
I'll defer to Joe.
All right, very good.
Was that described as a variance?
No, there's nothing in there about that.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
It was sent separately.
Okay, so
You guys-
let's,
Okay,
yeah, so let's go ahead and have questions for Joe for those who have them. Begin with Paul.
This is just really unique for us. We've never had an industrial subdivision come before us before. Have you?
I have not, no.
I guess when I think about the way zoning was laid out, you know, after the fact of things being in existence already, that probably one of the reasons why this was zoned industrial was the idea that growth in that direction would be hooking on to city sewer for the kinds of wastewater that could leave an industrial facility. But we don't have anything in the zoning resolution that guides any of that. I mean, it's just a 1 acre minimum lot with certain setbacks, and you can have a private well and you can have a septic system, and the septic system will be up to the state to permit. And we know that the state doesn't look at the cumulative impacts from one septic system next door to another if they're all receiving industrial, potentially, you know, different types of industrial wastewater. I guess one thing I wonder if you can just pull up on the screen for us all to just sort of look at real quick. I mean, it's already zoned this way, so maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, there goes the fan. I'm just wondering what the permitted land uses are, like what are we contemplating could be all stacked on top of each other? Or maybe we don't have the right to even think about that because it's already zoned industrial. There's nothing in the regs that can.
Yeah, I don't think you can deny a subdivision based on what can happen there, but maybe that'll be a Matt question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
I guess generally I'm troubled by the concentration of industrial uses all next door to each other, all discharging to septic tank leach fields near the river. But unless I'm mistaken, there's nothing in the zoning resolution that would allow us to take any of that into consideration.
Part of the, well, this would be.
For the subdivision of it.
Subdivision, that's correct. It's. Well, there's the water supply system study and the sewerage system study.
So that's later on, or well, no, it's right now in the subdivision stage.
Yeah.
Which is where we are.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Thanks for pulling up the ladies. So. Oh, make it bigger.
I'm trying to.
Go back to how I had it first.
Well, Mara, I mean, do you have any other questions?
No.
Yeah. Rob?
So my question is, these are not going to be homes. These are going to be industrial,
They're industrial parcels. That's what's
so
proposed.
like an industrial park.
Yes.
I'm highly concerned about industrial waste so close to the river.
All right, I'm gonna stop. We're here to ask questions at this stage.
Yep.
And that's fine. And let's lay that for discussion and stick to questions for right now. And yeah, I mean, interrupt, but
My question was that everything is gonna be an
yeah, that's a
industrial.
great question.
Okay,
Anything else, Rob?
no.
Yeah, I just have a procedural question in terms of our interplay with the city. Now, because this is a subdivision, it requires us to consult with them. They don't receive comment. Receive it, yeah. But I don't see how that works. So what you've given us here is a draft response, but hasn't been given the city because no one's approved it yet. Right. So no, and then the city says, let us know X days before you're considering it. So this whole thing doesn't hang together for me. How is it that the city, they give us a set of comments, and then we're supposed to respond to those in some way that they can then dispute, I guess. So.
No.
How
I mean,
does-
so what happens is, so the city has to turn in their comments about a subdivision 20 days before the Board of County Commissioners meet. So that's the 20 days. They turn those into us. If we decide we do not want to follow them, we have to provide reasoning why. Or a letter saying, this is why we didn't follow your comments. And that's it. There's no discussion after that. Unless the Board of County Commissioners wants a discussion and we would like to have them come talk to us or something like that. But that's all that's required, is us to respond to their comments.
But not in a dynamic way. That would happen after
Correct.
it's a done deal. By the way, here's what we did with your comments.
Yes, unless, like I said, the board said, well, let's table this and ask them to come in and explain their comments or something like that, or they want to ask for. But yeah, technically, all the county has to do is to provide a response to their comments. If we don't
At some
follow.
point.
Whatever.
All right, I guess maybe I would just suggest that procedurally, and perhaps the city representative could speak to this, it would make sense to be ingenuous about the process, that you guys would alert the city that a subdivision application has come in. And then that's the basis of their objections.
Mhm.
And then they would have the opportunity, before it went on to the county commissioners, to hear what we had to say, kind of share that draft. I guess they could read it in our packet. I'm just concerned that we don't have a healthy give and take there. Because your response doesn't go to anybody except through the packet.
Right. So it goes to the public, so everybody has it.
Okay, so that would be the way the city look at that. And at the end of the city letter, they have a request, understand it's a request, not a statutory requirement.
Right.
Please let us know what you think.
Correct.
Okay, but I would like us to respond to that in some way, just in the spirit of cooperation, even though we don't have to.
Right. Well, they have it now. They're here at this meeting.
Okay.
They can respond, and there's another meeting, so.
Okay, all right. Well, that was just, the sequence just seemed a little odd to me, that we have a draft letter in front of me that is saying, yeah, a couple of years ago, we ignored your letter or did what we wanted to do with it or took it.
Well, and the draft is if you guys want to make any changes or make suggestions to the Board of County Commissioners, I mean, really, nothing's approved. Like, we could take it to the board with that letter. They could say, nope, don't believe in any of that. We'll write our own letter.
Right.
So it's just a courtesy to provide something in writing if they want to use it. I mean, and if this, if it gets denied and there'll be no need for the letter anyways, or whatever, or we acquiesce to whatever they're asking in the letter, then there's not a need for the letter as well. So.
Yeah, all right, just hold that word courtesy in there, so that they do have the opportunity to actively engage in the back and forth between the city and the county. But I think you've
Absolutely.
explained the thing properly too. Otherwise, I didn't have any specific questions. There was a reference to the wastewater suitability study that wasn't included in the packet that Jones provided us subsequent to that. I have had a chance to just briefly look at that by way of disclosure. So no, that's all I had for staff.
Joe, what discussion have you had with the city on this application?
I sent it to them and I received their comments. I haven't talked to anyone on the phone or anything like that.
And when did the applicant first contact the county roughly?
June or July, I believe.
And I believe we had a discussion where either David or you mentioned to me that it's actually a project's been a long time in the works.
Yeah, from what we were told, the applicant has been, or had been, I guess, trying for many years to annex. I don't know the reason why or why stuff did or didn't happen. But that's what we were told.
Okay. And here, the city has registered a pretty strong objection to approval. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the applicant here?
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, then have the applicant, please step forward.
Did you say the applicant?
Yes.
That forward? Okay, I didn't hear you.
Well, I'm sorry, I should speak so loud.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Dave Coffey Engineering. With me is.
I'm Bob Boyson. I'm one of the.
Okay, very good.
Represent Port North.
Welcome here. If you have anything you'd like to add to your application, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll perhaps have some questions for you.
I don't think we have a whole lot of comments. We've pretty much laid everything out on paper for you guys to review.
You're not required to add anything, but if you want to.
Yeah, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, well, in that case, Ms. David, you have anything?
I do. I'm looking at your plan and given the proximity to the river, and the potential contamination from septic systems that every one of these will be reliant on, why put the many smaller lots closer to the river rather than on the other side? You could have at least mitigated a little bit of the potential contamination by actually flipping the plan and having the small lots closer to 287 or 30 than to the river.
We decided to make the land, the lots match our intended use.
What? But can it be flipped?
No.
And I'll make a comment. There are a number of industrial uses out there now on that property that do not have septic systems, cell towers, propane tanks, level 3, and resident communication, fiber optic. Yeah. So, I mean, for the most part, the only real septic systems that I know of out there are in one piece of property.
Well,
residential that, yeah. So, yeah. And that's right on the river.
And
that doesn't make me feel bad.
I know. I'm just saying. And there's a pretty good buffer from the
That's
river.
my main concern about this, and
these are septic systems that will have to be designed by a professional civil engineer or geologist and reviewed and approved by the DEQ.
And they aren't right. Most of those lots are not right on the river. The city of Laramie has their wastewater treatment plant right on the river, which is, and my knowledge, they don't have a septic system there either in it. Okay. I mean, so.
Wow.
I didn't have time to look at the DEQ rules and regulations about septic tanks, so maybe you can just fill me in if they're top of mind for you. And also, we didn't get the water and wastewater report until this afternoon, and I was at work and couldn't look at it. I'm just noticing that you're referring on the first page that the proposed land use will continue to be commercial. But we're really talking industrial. Does the DEQ make any distinction between those two land uses and their regulations?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I think that references into commercial, as in these are industrial lots, but it's a commercial use inevitably, right? It'll be a business that goes into these lots in a commercial fashion.
So unlike our planning and zoning, which sort of demarcates these uses, your DEQ rules and regulations don't make a distinction between until you come in with an actual application.
Mara, I believe I see where you're headed with this, is that the DEQ does distinguish what type of effluent can be discharged into a septic system. And that has to be considered when whatever the land use is not going to be allowed to just dispose of, toxic chemicals into their septic system because it's an industrial zone property. They still have to follow the same septic system design guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was intrigued to hear that there's been a history of talking to the city about annexation. Can you just walk us through that?
At this point in time, we've had the property for a number of years. At this point in time, we decided that the best course of action for us from a business perspective is to move forward with the county subdivision.
And so was there some you populate that a little bit as a.
No,
what
we're
was-
not, I don't think it's germane to the discussion today.
Okay, well, I guess it's germane to the city's comments, which they have lodged forcefully with us in terms of where does annexation fit in, and so I just wondered what your thoughts are on the annexation option. So
It's not something we're interested in this time.
just full stop, not interested. Okay. That is the question I had, just so we could understand the context of the discussion in the city, but if the applicant hasn't got anything to share, then I guess that's where we are.
Yeah. I don't have any questions either, so thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, please give us the city perspective.
Chair Commission, Joseph Sheedy with the Planning Division, again. As you have in your packet, you have a comment from the Planning Division, from Philip Gabatuller, Planning Manager. I'm here representing these comments today. Speaking from a planning point of view, or how this letter is outlined is from the different departments. It's laid out slightly different than the letter that I provided you. But the first one was related to planning in our comments. The Point North subdivision does lie completely within the Laramie Growth Area Plan, a plan that was jointly adopted by the city and county. And obviously there's other extenuating circumstances. While the proposed industrial use does not reflect a deviation from the plan itself, annexation into the city and bringing it into city standards certainly does. The city strongly discourages unincorporated urban style development in the areas directly adjacent to the city without annexation. Similarly to what we listened to earlier. The LGAP specifically envisions coordinated utility and road services expansions in order to make this area more developable. Public roads, if dedicated, must be designed and constructed per City of Laramie standard details and specifications per our engineering department. From our utilities and fire protection standpoint, the engineering report acknowledges 4 existing City of Laramie fire hydrants along PFE Road. The subdivision does not propose extension of public water, reliance on individual wells and septic systems for 16 industrial lots within immediate proximity of the city limits raises concerns regarding water quality, long-term service feasibility, and compliance with community's broader utility strategy. Finally, we have a comment from our Code Administration Division, which is our building department. If for any reason any of these lots were to want to annex or to want to get city services, then they would have to come into city standards prior to being accepted into the city. The city and the county's regulation on this, it deviates pretty substantially. While I believe that there is some congruency, we do have to follow up. We do have to inspect those within city limits to ensure compliance, which is slightly different in the county. Overall, our concerns are mostly related to an industrial style development, a urban style development directly adjacent to the city borders, and not following normally applied city standards. And I am available for questions, but I can also sit.
Rob, let's just go first.
So you realize that this is completely industrial, right? There will be no homes or families or.
From what the applicant
So
submitted, that is my
your
understanding.
responses, because when I read your comments and then Commissioner Jones' responses, I felt that you were talking about maybe potentially some residential development, and she responded about industrial. So I got confused from your exchange.
Joe.
I will say that the Terry Jones responses are drafted by planning staff. That's a draft. That's not her actual responses.
fine, okay, I see who signed the letter,
Sure.
but
No.
I felt as I read the responses to your comments that there was a misunderstanding between you guys. So your comments in your recommendations were about an industrial development. This is only industrial.
That is to my knowledge what this property
Okay,
is.
because the way I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood your comments.
Yeah, no, this is
It
related
wasn't
to an
clear to me
industrial.
that you knew it was industrial only. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mauro?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, it strikes me that this is very different than the previous one, because this is a zoning decision versus, or this is subdivision decision versus a zoning decision. And those zoning decisions give us quite a wide latitude to encompass our various jointly approved land use plans. And I think this draft response from staff to your letter basically boiled down to can't do it. We have no rules that we can enforce that would implement the Laramie Area Growth Plan into subdivision requirements. Respond. What do you think the county can legally do?
Let me just say I'm not a lawyer. Again, I've come up here and said I'm not a lot of things. I am also not a lawyer. And so I do hesitate to speak on legal rights or obligations of the county. I will say that the Laramie Area Growth Plan was a mutual document that was drafted by both the city and the county and adopted by both the city and the county. And whether or not they implement it or not is a decision by both planning staff, their legal representation, and the decision of the county commissioners. We believe, as we are implementing it as to the maximum extent feasible, which we recognize that the Laramie Area Growth Plan is primarily focusing on the unincorporated city of Laramie, unincorporated Albany County. May be difficult to implement with the current regulations that are there. That's the reason why we had brought before you all and the county commissioners the mutual agreement, the intergovernmental agreement as stated by state statute.
Okay.
We believe that it is a guiding document and should be followed.
And the distinction that I understand the staff to have made in their draft response is that we all agree with that, but we're not there yet. We have a current zoning designation for this property, and if they maintain their application within the four corners of that zoning designation, then there's no latitude for denial based on the plan. That's what I've understood. Now, maybe Mr. Birch can correct me, but that's what I've read in their response and what I've understood to be the county's response. So I was just inviting the city to, if they have an alternate point of view.
Yeah, I guess I'll say that the property is zoned into industrial. The Laramie Growth Area Plan calls for industrial. The comp plan calls for industrial. And once again, as Matt said earlier, the county has zero to do with annexation. So.
Well, all right, but with your indulgence, Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
the way I understand it, that's all irrelevant. We could not deny this based on the Laramie Area Growth Plan because they are within their zoning.
Correct.
Okay, well, that just seems to me that's the be all and the end all. Am I missing something?
No, it's that under 98301. Local land use plans cannot be used as a ground for the denial of development. Zoning change is not a development because it's all a hypothetical application of a particular set of rules to a property. And it has nothing to do with the actual building of it. That comes later. Subdivision generally involves improvements to the land, and it's sort of that beginning stages of development.
This is not a zoning
And this is not, so this subdivision is generally part of development. So therefore, there's statutory prohibition against using land use plans.
That was what I was understanding, so it sounds like we're on the same page. Okay, that was the only question I had in the discussion. Seems to me that it's pretty well constrained.
Yeah, I agree. So let's conduct a public hearing. Is there any member, public here or online, who wishes to comment on this matter before us? Please step forward. And you are?
Travis Olson.
Okay, Travis, go ahead.
I have a statement I'd like to read. So I'm a small business owner. I'm a small excavating business here in town. I would like to express my strong support for the proposed plat of industrial sites currently under your review. Developments like this are critically important to the growth and sustainability of our local economy, especially for small and micro businesses that often struggle to find affordable and appropriately zoned spaces. Many of our county's small businesses, such as contractors, excavating companies, tradespeople, light manufacturers, cannot operate in a traditional storefront setting. Instead, they require affordable industrial zone lots where they can responsibly store equipment, manage operations, and prepare for off-site projects where we can serve our customers. Unfortunately, the availability of such spaces in our county is extremely limited, which has hindered the growth of many local entrepreneurs. Supporting this plat means supporting the backbone of our local economy, from excavating companies to welders, mechanics, and other tradesmen and contractors. These businesses play a vital role in our community, yet are often overlooked in zoning and land use planning. By approving this project, the county would be sending a strong message that it values small business owners and is committed to fostering their success. So I would strongly urge you to approve this proposed plat and help ensure that small businesses in our community have the opportunity and space they need to continue to grow.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment? Please step forward.
I'll try to not drag on for you, but again, it's what Mr. Olson said about being the backbone of our economy. When you really think about the backbone of the economy, this growth that we all desire to have, you need us and we need you. So in regards to the subdivision, and there's several things I'd like to address with the septic system, but I probably had to address Bern on that circumstance. But as this, it being zoned industrial, it opens up an opportunity for guys like me that need a building to store all of our equipment in, instead of having it scattered from one end of the town to the next. It's a little bit better space, but again, we're talking to 3 different industries, which are more commercial than industries. And their usage of the septic system is so minute, it's ridiculous. So in regards to that, I don't think there's no harmful issue there, but these are all 3 potential people that need property to function with their business, of which one has just left and is considering to come back based upon this industrial park that could be in, which would suit us very well, which I heard you guys' voice very well to support. And so I would encourage you to get behind it and push it and help us get some things done in Laramie, Wyoming. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? In that case, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Our discussion, or if someone's prepared to make a motion, I will entertain a motion. Go ahead.
Wait.
Well, I can make a motion and then we can discuss the
Okay.
motion.
Sure.
I recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the Point North Subdivision preliminary plat application SDO 325, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, now, is there any further discussion?
Yes.
What we do, Joe? Sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
Do you want anything to do with the variance?
So, yeah, that is a necessary component.
Okay, so how should we handle this?
Recommend disposing of the variance.
Okay, let's discuss the variance in that case.
So, yeah.
Joe, why don't you, is there something you'd like to say? Yes, there obviously
I think
is.
you ought to hear a little bit more about the fence issue.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is an industrial zone property, and the Wyoming state statute that they're referring to is not geared towards this kind of development. It's geared towards small residential development in the county where free range cattle is available to trespass across properties. There is no likelihood of this happening on this property. All the surrounding uses are incompatible with free range, regardless of the fact that, yes, the county does allow free range cattle to roam across industrial property in this county. But we have no compatible free range uses anywhere near this property. We have railroad, we have highway, we have satellite dishes, we have level 3 communication, we have a storage unit, we have an industrial facility called WRI, we have a cell phone tower and a sewage wastewater lift station. This is ludicrous. There is a lack. If we find ourselves in a position where we have to build this fence because we're fencing out cattle, the common sense in governance has gone out the window. That's why we're asking for a variance.
We can agree with that, but we're not going to change the state statute. And we're going to have
Well, here comes the other problem. The way around this that you've been given us is to go forth and ask all the surrounding landowners.
So I didn't give you that, statute did.
Okay.
We didn't come up with this requirement. That was the legislature. And I'm not gonna sit here and defend its, prudence or.
Nor am I.
Yes, spoken like a good lawyer. But we're hoping we were hoping we could get some relief from this. Spending money on a fence for no reason is crazy.
Well, thank you. Again, we're not here to defend state statutes, but if we have a legal obligation to enforce them, we do.
Okay.
All I can say, can I add something? Is that fencing regulations in Albany County save you a lot of money. Because we made them extremely wildlife friendly. If you look at the regulations for fencing, you'll see that we've done our best to accommodate wildlife and save you money. That's all I have to add. And I'm not, again, supporting.
Okay, well, let's hold up here. Let's find out what we need to do. Do we need to either first approve or deny the variance and then approve or deny the overall application request?
I can amend my motion. That's what I was going to say.
Let's see what Matt says we should be doing.
You do, because without the variance being approved, the application is not facially meeting.
Okay.
Or required.
So we need to either approve or deny the variance first, and do I have a motion about the variance
Then
itself?
let me withdraw my motion.
All right, sure.
Let's
Go ahead.
be procedurally correct here. Okay, so now we're back to blank slate. Now we're looking for a motion on the variance.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I just, can you pull up the statute or just like, can we look at what the language is? Is it really all subdivisions or?
Yeah.
So there's no distinction on
No,
type of subdivision.
that is correct. It is
It's all encompassing.
each subdivider seeking to create or divide a subdivision that is adjacent to lands upon which livestock can be legally run at large. So that's whether you have the legal ability to run them at large. Shall comply with the following. The subdivider shall be responsible for the construction of a perimeter fence on any part of the subdivision that is adjacent to lands upon which livestock can be legally run at large, unless a perimeter fence already exists, or all adjacent landowners consent that a perimeter fence is not necessary. So under Wyoming statute, there's really only one prohibition against where you can legally run livestock at large, and that is a fenced public highway. It does provide that all railroad companies are to construct perimeter fences along their right of ways, but it doesn't place the same onus on the owner of the livestock that they are not permitted to allow their stock to run at large within those right of ways. It just shifts liability. Wyoming is a fence out state, and it's obviously very, a lot of laws are geared towards the ranching industry, and this is a reflection of that. So yeah, this is an applicable requirement to any subdivision, and under state statute, and since our zoning has no prohibition on the running of livestock anywhere in any zoning district, it can be run anywhere except for Highway 30.
Did the applicant try to get permission from the adjacent property owners?
I don't know if you've ever tried to get a response from the Union Pacific Railroad.
Yes, I have.
I mean, it's pointless.
But isn't there an existing fence there?
No,
There's not.
nor is there one on the highway. So, I mean, that indicates to me that neither of them really care about whether or not there's free ranging cattle there, nor should they.
We don't.
Okay, the procedural question.
Sure.
We can deny the variance, and how does that impact our treatment of the subdivision?
I can push that.
Is that right? That's what
I don't think you could, because it's a necessary component of the application under state statute.
You could use.
And also, they added this as a separate statutory section than the minimum requirements. So that the county does not have discretion on whether or not to require this.
Oh, we can deny the variance and the applicant have to build a fence.
Unless, well, no, because then the variance just proceeds to the county commissioners. It's the same way where this is a recommendation.
Okay.
But I would say that the Planning and Zoning Commission cannot recommend approval of the subdivision permit application unless it also approves the variance.
Why can't they approve it with conditions? You approve the preliminary.
That was my recommendation, was to approve it with a condition.
I guess.
It happens all the time in the city.
Can you condition a subdivision? Can you condition a subdivision?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Illegal. Good position.
Yes,
Okay,
you
well,
can,
thank
you
you.
can add a condition to the approval where if they were to provide that aspect of the application. The plans for fencing, which are required by the Wyoming legislature for all subdivisions now.
So what's missing is the plans for fencing.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being a little thick-headed here. That's what, we have an incomplete application absent those plans.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could approve the application with the condition that fencing plans be
Provided
brought
to the
forward.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have to do that if you deny the variance. But if you approve the variance, well, then you've said that requirement isn't applicable. So then the application is complete.
So the
But
appropriate
can we
motion,
approve the variance?
No,
No.
the board made the decision maker.
Well, you can recommend.
Yeah, but can we recommend approval of the variance if it's against state statute?
The board can make the decision they want to make. So it's up to them to make that
I
decision.
think probably the best way to dispose of this though is to attach the condition that the applicant provide
Well,
plans for a fence. In that case.
we have put in the subdivision resolution that you can request a variance for any requirement of the subdivision resolution. So I'm not sure that, just that unconditional ability would be found by a court, but as it stands in our regulations right now.
But again, let's go back to the basic question. We could approve this, recommend approval with the condition attached that applicant provide a fence plan.
Well, in order
As
for
part
the
of the
variance
application.
to get to the board, there needs to be a recommendation from this commission.
So we could
So-
disapprove the variance, or recommend denial of the variance, but approve the application with the condition that a fence plan be provided.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's what we should do.
I think that's
frankly.
exactly right.
So may I have a motion?
All right, let me try again. I recommend the Board of County Commissioners deny the variance request and approve the Point North subdivision preliminary plat application, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, as each are stated in the staff report, with the condition that a fencing plan be brought forward.
Submitted by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Does everyone understand the motion?
Yes.
And
Okay,
does
in that
Mr. Ayers
case-
agree that that's a properly crafted motion?
Yes.
Very good. We will conduct a roll call vote. Mr. Hinckley?
Yes.
Ms. Hanning?
Yes.
Mr. David?
Yeah.
I vote aye. It's unanimous. And I hope the applicant is not too distressed.
And
Just
talk,
smiling.
What do you do?
talk to your legislators. That's the answer.
You got more money than us.
No, it's a relief at the
No,
back.
I'm sorry, but thank you for seeing the process.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I can't believe it. We're at final application here. It's not even midnight yet. The Olson subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision permit application SD-04-25 is up next. David.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This is a subdivision application, preliminary and final plat, small subdivision. The applicant is Eugene and Cynthia Olson. The property is located at 375 South Kiowa Street. They're requesting approval of the preliminary plat, final plat, and subdivision permit. The current zoning of the property is urban residential. The applicant is proposing to create a two-lot subdivision with their approximately 3.2 acre parcel. Water is planned to be provided by the South of Laramie Water and Sewer District. Proposed lot 1 has an existing water service, and lot 2 will require a new water service. Lot for sewer, there's an existing septic system on lot 1, and lot 2 will be served by a septic system as well. The storm drainage plan was provided and reviewed by the county engineers, Jake Schneider. Utilities that reviewed it said they could establish, Rocky Mountain Power has no concerns. There's already electrical service that exists on lot 1 and can be established on lot 2. The Postal Service can establish delivery for lot 2. There are no new roads that are being proposed. South Kiowa Street will be improved by the developer. Access is available from South Kiowa Street, and covenants have been provided for road maintenance. Fire protection for this area will be provided by Albany County Fire District Number 1. This is reviewed by a number of folks, namely, quite a few folks. The county engineer looked at this, made comments on the proposal, and the applicant addressed those comments. The Road and Bridge Department, Rob Fisher, superintendent, noted that South Kiowa Street is not maintained by Albany County, but it is a county easement. And then we had some other folks that reviewed it. We did get a review from the city on this. Emma Dixon, Planner 1, provided comments and recommended denial of the application. And her comments are provided and attached. And then, so where this is in the 1 mile of the city of Laramie, the city does have the right to provide their comments. and they have. And I provided the basics of their comments in the staff report, which you probably already read. Let's see, what else do we got here? Really, there's not any huge issues that we've found where the road exists. Water is available from the South Laramie Water Sewer District. And they're changing basically they're just dividing the lot. The area that it's in, you've actually reviewed the zoning district amendment last year and provided an approval recommendation collectively. And I will note that the city was provided notice and copy of the application to review at that time, and we received no comments from the city at that time. But staff has reviewed this, is recommending approval of the proposal. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try to answer those. I'm still going through the staff report because it's full of every regulation we have to look at, so I'm trying to get to the end. Sorry. But I'd be happy to, if you have questions about it, anything specific, happy to do that.
Okay, Bert.
My usual start off with the staff report. Is that right? You have to recite all that stuff. I mean, I found myself there's 3 pages of things that the ultimate says, but you don't have to do any of this.
This was the staff report that was recommended by the county attorney's office that we used.
Okay.
So that's why we're using it. I mean, it used to be like 2 or 3 pages, but now it's 30.
It needs to be each applicable requirement.
And is it an applicable requirement that you then have an exemption from that requirement? That's, I guess,
What's that?
Well, this is a minor subdivision, right?
Oh, so yeah, then if it's not applicable, then you don't need to make a finding on it.
Okay, so again, I just saving paper and eyeballs and brain power. If you have a long thing that says, this is what you would have to do if it weren't a minor, but it is, so you don't, right? There's 2 whole sections like that.
Sure.
Okay, so if it was acceptable to your legal counsel, get rid of it, but just say this is a minor subdivision. I guess then you have to say what you're not doing.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, to try to just make this more tractable. And it's a minor subdivision, correct?
Yes, it is.
And it should say that right up front.
Yeah, probably should.
I had to stumble around a little bit before I figured out what we're doing there. So just for the.
Sorry, I haven't used this format in a while, or I don't know, ever.
All right, well, for the
so I
benefit
just
of the-
used the template was out there for me. So
and then I think you have a little section called background or something. But anyway, that would be just real helpful. Fine. Just
sure. Yeah. No.
get us on-
Absolutely. It should have been stated.
Get us
I
on the page.
appreciate that comment. Yeah.
Shoot.
Mhm.
The only thing that caught my eye substantively was because it's a minor subdivision, doesn't have to go through a septic system review. I mean, these are 1.2 acre lots. That's pretty tiny. Where do we find that addressed any place? Is there any accommodation of that? If this were 1/2 acre lots and they wanted individual septics, is there a way to say that won't work?
That's not something that we address. So, I mean, it'd be addressed when they want to develop the lot.
But our wastewater regulations don't, do they? I mean, if I come in then for my septic tank.
They've said that.
Yeah, but this isn't a setback issue. This is more just it's the contamination. It's the kind of thing that if you went through the full scale chapter 23 DEQ, it would be flagged as unacceptable, possibly.
I'm sorry, I thought we had a subdivision application, not a septic system application here.
Subdivision, if it were not a minor correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gersh, if it were not a minor subdivision, it would require a wastewater water suitability.
I'm sorry, we'll let you comment later. We're dealing with the staff right now.
That is correct. If it was a major subdivision, we'd be required to send it to DEQ, or the applicant would. But where this is a minor subdivision and statutorily, we can actually go down, we can have 5 lots and not require this as well, but our regulations limited to 3. So, so yeah, we are just following what's in there, and this is an exemption from the rest of what's going on, so.
So the way you just said that, they don't have to do that, but can we require that they do that being a septic study?
If our regulations said that, yes, we could.
And they do not.
Correct.
Okay, so then I'm jumping slightly outside the bounds, our wastewater regulations, when someone comes in for a individual permit to build their septic system. Is there any portion of that analysis that addresses lot size besides the setbacks that?
The wastewater regulations?
Yes.
Just they have to meet the setback standards.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. That was my question.
All right, we're off.
So I have a question about the water. It talks about adding another well when there was actually water there.
That may have been a mistake. They're actually being recommended to hook into the South Laramie Water Sewer District.
Okay. Yep.
And it's required for that zoning to do that, so.
Gotcha. Okay, that was my question.
I guess my question is similar. On page 109 of the packet in the section of reviews, I couldn't tell who this review was by, but it says, just a recommendation for lot 2 of the Olson subdivision. Located closer to entrance of lot number 2 is a water tap / meter pit for south of Laramie Water and Sewer District. Listed in the engineering report under water source, they listed a well with board approval and a planned investment fee. They could have water from the south of Laramie Water and Sewer District as an option. So whoever this review was,
Yeah, and I can answer your question after you give it.
okay, so, well, all right, so usually when we see these, we see a letter already from the district saying you can add on, we're gonna give you a tap. We've seen that in the 9 Mile area, we've seen that in the South Laramie district, and I didn't see that in the packet unless I overlooked it because it's rather voluminous.
That letter was from the South Laramie Water and Sewer District. The reason they were referencing a well is the original packet that was kind of given to us. It referenced a well, but when we were working with the applicant, they changed their engineering report to say they're going to hook into the water and sewer district. So they got the iteration before we had some of those corrected. But that was their comment, is from the South Laramie Water and Sewer District, is that they have a meter pit there that you can hook into.
So it's not as explicit of giving approval as some letters we've seen from the district,
Right.
but you're taking it as.
That was my interpretation of what they provided, so, yes.
Because, thanks, that takes care of my question.
And I don't have any questions. So with that, let's step forward. And you are?
I'm Christy Roberts with Dwell, and I'm here representing the applicant today, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, we will go in the same order.
You were wanting to jump in on my discussion of septic systems. Please proceed.
I want to clarify, we have a subdivision application here, not a septic system application. So.
And does your client share any concern that this lot may not be big enough to accommodate 2 septic systems?
No.
And is that based on any analysis or just your sense of it?
Well, I've designed septic systems very nearby this, and I'm familiar with the percolation right there, and I'm confident that the lot sizes will accommodate the setbacks and the use.
Okay, without reference to impacts to groundwater, your discussion is with respect to perk rates and setbacks. That's the analysis that you're doing.
Again, we're here for a subdivision application on the septic system.
No, I'm just asking what analysis has gone into this, to your judgment on the septic system. It's of concern to me, so
Well, we will agree to disagree on this one.
I don't know that we're disagreeing. I'm just trying to understand what's going on. Okay, but if you have nothing further to say on it,
Nothing
then,
further to say.
okay.
Rob?
I have no questions.
All right.
I don't have any questions.
You don't have either.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will conduct a public hearing. Is there any member, oh, excuse me. Joe.
I'm
we'll
the
listen to
public
Joe
on this
first.
one, so.
All right.
I am representing, again, Joseph Shahidi, planner with the city of Laramie, up here speaking with you again. Our objection on this one primarily goes along the lines that this is within the Laramie Area Growth Plan. Once again, a mutually adopted document, but does not follow the guidance of that document in either the zoning of this area or the size of right-of-ways or lots. And so that is where our objection comes to from this, not from any sense that it is readily going to be annexed into the city, but the county regulations that were laid out within that document were not being followed. So thank you very much.
Any questions for Joe with respect to this application? Okay, thank you. We will conduct a public hearing now. Is there a member of the public here who would like to speak? Please step forward. And you are?
My name is Adam Nicholson. I'm the proposed buyer of the second lot that would be part of this. So while I appreciate the comments from the city, I think it's zoned as ranchette in the grand scheme of things out there. There are 7 lots that are.
Well, so in the Laramie Growth Area Plan.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
current zone different.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. In that growth plan, it's ranchette, but there's 7 lots in that area that are all would not meet that said exact same requirement. Both individual lots would be bigger than all 7 of those already pre-existing plots of land. So it's not that these are going to be smaller lots than what are currently in the area. They're actually larger than the ones that are adjoining close to it. There's a couple that are larger that would potentially meet that requirement of what is in that growth plan, but the majority of them do not. So our intent is not to have a well. So I'm throwing that out there. Our intent is to hook into the South Laramie water. It's great water. Love that stuff. And then as far as the setbacks and stuff for that, the other lots again are smaller, 4 of them directly to the east. That all, I do believe, also have septic tanks. So I'm not too worried about the setbacks and what the septics are, is how that overall looks in that area. So it's just me and my wife. We're going to build our house out there with our kids. So that's what we're looking to do overall.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question.
Sure.
On the presence of the cement plant and the railroad line next door.
No, we're not worried about that. We have family who lives out there, really close by. So we're out there very regularly. We understand, you put your vehicles inside so that way it doesn't mess up your paint, that sort of thing. So, but you take the risk of doing that. I think the city and the general wind direction coming from the cement plant, we have more of that in the city than some of that you may not realize or care to know about. I don't think it adversely affects us in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I would hope that our county commissioners would have done something about that long ago in order to deal with any of kind of terrible effects from that stuff. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to speak on this matter? Well, hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. As unanimous, like vote carries. So our discussion, Maura, what do you think?
Well, I think we're in that same situation where, because it's not an application for a zoning change, the Laramie Growth Area Plan has a limited bearing on our decision making. until the time comes where aspects of that are incorporated into the zoning resolution. And so we have in front of us a subdivision application. I think this whole area has, because it's already zoned urban residential and there's a lot of small lots with septic, but they're getting safe water to drink. So I think we've sort of called the groundwater a lost cause in this area. Like it's not going to be protected at this point, but the people drinking the water from the South Laramie Water District are getting great quality water. And so I would be approving, voting to approve this minor subdivision.
Ralph?
Yeah, I don't see a problem. People who are willing to live by the cement plant. Some choice.
Yep, I agree, and I don't mean to say we have no choice but to do this, but I think it is compatible with the surrounding areas, and my comments on the septic system were just my curiosity if anybody had looked at that, but I think Commissioner Hanning has correctly expressed that we've written that one off, and potentially for good reason. So no, I have no objections to the application going forward.
Okay, well, here's what I have to say about this. We've had 3 different applications at or near the city's edge, which the city's weighed on. Again, very appreciative of you showing up, Joe. And I see these as quite differently. I believe absolutely as a general planning principle, these larger, more significant parcels, North Point and Koduri, should have automatically gone to the city for consideration of annexation. And, that's how I would start as a default position on any similar parcel adjoining the city. This I see is quite different. It's not quite adjoining the city, it's near. It is affected or included in the Laramie Growth Area Plan, but I also recognize that I believe that if the city and the county were to sit down together and revise the growth plan, as the plan suggests we should sit down and do, and look at the map and make adjustments as, things change. This particular strip of land between Fort Centers Road and Highway 287, very likely would make some changes there. I don't really believe the consultant looked at that area carefully in terms of what's on the ground. And I have actually been out there on the ground. I think this is fine, and I would recommend approval for it. So that's what I have to say.
Just one response to that, and I made it in my notes. I think both this and the Point North demonstrate to us that we need to move forward with some minimal regulations derived from the growth area plan, even if it's nothing more than requiring alignment of easements or something. Absolutely. So I understand that you guys are working with that, but we've seen 2 examples this evening where our subdivision regulations are silent on the Laramie area growth plan, and perhaps we should put something into that silence this ASAP.
Well, for now, let's have a motion on this, if I may ask for that.
Where is
it? Laura's looking for it.
Yeah, well, whoever gets to it first.
Page 23.
It takes forever to scroll in the iPad.
Okay, I got there. Fred's gonna be there. Recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the Olson subdivision preliminary and final plat application SDO 425, adopting and incorporating staff analysis, findings of fact, conclusions of law as each are stated in this staff report.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? In that case, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's a unanimous vote, Joe. I thank you for the applicants. And Joe, once again, I will convey my sincere appreciation that they showed up. It matters. I'm sure that's true for my colleagues as well.
Yes, for sure.
Let's see.
Well, and we hope that you'll continue to work with Joe on bringing some of this into our regs. I mean, that's what's missing here.
So let's do that. I'll not work with him anymore.
All right, yeah, well, it's kind of a hard gig.
Some people will be very excited about that.
But you're leaving too?
Okay, I tell you what, let's get a sense of the commission here. We're at nearly 9 o'clock. And how much
my-
further would we like to go on?
My brain is dead. I can't even read a word.
Laura, how do you feel?
Well, I guess I'd ask staff how urgent they feel it is.
Can I just make a general comment, so I can read my response or my ask?
Yeah, okay, absolutely.
Well, I mean, if you aren't gonna go into it, that's what I would ask. So is that for sure?
Well, I'm getting a sense of the
Yeah.
commission right now.
Right.
Matt, what'd you say?
What, oh, if I could just make like general comments.
Yeah, no,
Not
we
give
will
details.
have some general comments. But I'm looking at whether or not we want to go through the regulations, these three
Yeah.
things right now. And again, I'm asking for a general sense here of
Okay,
whether this is a good appropriate place to stop and do the last bits of business of the meeting.
okay, I guess I would like just 3 or 4 sentences on each of these, just to
We can do that.
cue it for us,
We can
and
do
then
that.
we'll take it home and think about
It
it.
requires us to do anything and we just listen.
So, yeah, I just want to, you know,
No,
have to,
we
no
can-
decisions.
We can absolutely do that.
Just-
And I would like to say something actually about at least the subdivision piece as well.
Okay.
So David, why don't you stand up and at least talk briefly about each of these things and we can offer a few comments and handle things that way.
Just give me
Yeah.
a intro.
David, can I take these?
Sorry, what?
Can I take these?
I cede
either
my
one.
time to the
Both of
county.
us.
I yield my time.
Very good.
Okay. So what you have before you is comprehensive amendments to the second half of the subdivision resolution, which is essentially the subdivision design standards, and requirements for improvements and everything else. It's a lot of things have been collapsed and removed, such as mountain subdivision. Yeah, those got completely removed.
Yeah, landscaping.
Landscaping, and then the big thing is mobile home park and campground applications. The way that those are defined, they weren't actually subdivisions. So then those need to be in zoning because they weren't actually like dividing the land itself. So that was kind of the what took longer was actually getting those all moved over and fitting them into zoning. Because, you know, it's not just a copy paste. You have to like fit it into a totally different structure. So that's what that is. There's also, David pointed out in his memo that there was a notice provision which got removed probably with that first half that I didn't catch and keep in there, which statute requires that you provide notice of an intent to apply for a subdivision permit. That kind of led me to some bigger just changes in terms of like the ordering of information in chapter 4. So those amendments are not included in this packet. We'll have those included for you in the next meeting for just like subdivision permits generally. So then moving to the next item, the addition of mobile home and RV parks. So instead of regulating those as subdivisions for which there is no division of parcels involved, those will be, or the proposal is to treat those as conditional use permits.
In RV parks, has been collapsed into campgrounds or camping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because of their, I guess, inherently more kind of transitive nature.
I just want to make sure I understand what's going on.
To a mobile home, how you would traditionally think of a mobile home.
But they're not mobile homes, they're campgrounds, was what you just said.
So it's campground. Yeah, that's a campground is like you have mobile homes, which are for mobile home parks, which are for mobile homes, and then campgrounds, which include RVs, RV parks.
Okay, thank you. That was.
Because those are, I mean, RVs are camping units.
Yep, gotcha.
I just want to make sure I understood what you're doing.
Yeah. It fit into the structure well, going that direction. And just sort of the more I mean, a mobile home is, yeah, that's a fully furnished.
Mobile home's not mobile.
No, they're not all that mobile. So that was our recommendation. I mean, we played a little bit around with like the general requirements, but we tried to keep the focus the same. So, you know, if there's anything there that is glaringly offensive to you or whatever, we're open to consideration on that. We're less open to discussion on the subdivision because we worked really hard over the course of months with the county engineer, and that stuff is really technical. So we got something that the county engineer, he thought addresses everything that's needed for like the actual engineering design of subdivision.
I don't think any of us are gonna mess with that.
Okay.
Well, and if you do, we're just gonna go, no, you didn't.
Well, that, if I'm remembering, we went through that page by page in July, and there was a lot of feedback. That's how he got rid of the landscaping and things. So.
Yeah, we did go through it.
Okay, my read of what you gave us here on all three of those was look clean to me. I didn't go through.
And I'll make
them
the
very
same
carefully.
comment. I read everything. It looked pretty good to me. And I don't know if y'all did also, Nora.
I have to admit that I didn't read them carefully enough.
No, that's fine. I mean, if you looked at it.
Yeah.
And we did July, we did line by line.
Right.
So we've been there.
Okay. I forgot about that, honestly.
Yeah, we did.
It's been such a long process. with all this
Right. No,
stuff.
and
I only remember because we took out landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Okay. Yeah.
Trigger word.
So you said you'd like to offer a few comments?
Oh, just that I thought we had,
okay.
we had done that. If there's something more, although
Yeah.
just in response quickly to Mr. Harris, are you suggesting that we now go through what you've given us or that we wait for your?
I don't know. I mean, get through. I was saying that completely facetiously.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously.
But we're close now to
This
the
is
point
your-
where we can go through them and move forward on them at this point.
Yeah.
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 And so maybe we'll do that at the next meeting.
Oh, I felt good about that.
Yeah.
Sounds great to me.
And then,
Ted, public applications at the next meeting, right?
We'll see.
yeah, so
How many
then,
did we have?
It's 7. Set
uh,
a new record.
the last item,
Um,
revisions to chapter 5 of the zoning resolution. So this is something. Actually, David, I might turn this over to you.
What was this one?
This is chapter 5, zoning certificates. Cause I don't wanna step on or
Certificates.
misstate anything on David's behalf.
Okay, yeah, so this, we just,
I don't remember.
I don't remember what we did.
Oh, so essentially like how the permitting of everything in the planning office has been is it's geared essentially towards structures, specifically buildings. But that's not really the thrust of statute. Statute is buildings or structures and land and the use thereof. So you can use land independently of buildings. I mean, they generally follow each other. I mean, particularly, you know, in a residential area, they absolutely follow each other, but that is not always the case. And it can make enforcement a little more precarious, just because everything is so geared towards the use of structures specifically. So these are clarifying amendments. I think that everything is there. This isn't really adding anything new in terms of like what the planning department code or would be permitting. This is just really breaking out the scope in more detail. So you'll have a zoning certificate specifically for structures, a zoning certificate specifically for the use of land independent from structures, and then conditional use permits. And we kind of started the trend with how we listed mobile home park and campgrounds, where it said conditional use permit mobile homes. So it's tying everything a little more, you know, back to those conditional use permit standards for notice. It's just, if we have like specialized conditional use permits, then you're having, a new subsection for that, but you're not reinventing the wheel. You're just taking the framework for a conditional use permit and then saying, this is also in addition to the requirements for conditional use permits. This is what like standards specific to this exact use, and possibly different findings that are additional findings necessary for approval. So to kind of integrate things a little better so that you don't have these like wild kind of permits, so to speak. Because really all that the county is allowed to do is a zoning certificate. That's it. A conditional use permit is just a type of zoning certificate. So it's to kind of like keep in mind that sort of like regulatory superstructure within the zoning resolution. And then I think our more long-term goal will be to then take everything else that's in chapter 5, chapter 5, and putting that more specifically within that structure, such as tower permits, which are just specialized conditional use permits. WEX will stay the same. That'll be its own thing. We should move that and make it its own chapter because we have separate statutory authority for that outside of 185201. But I guess that was kind of the goal was to clarify the scope for purposes of administration and enforcement.
And just to provide an example for the zoning certificate part of it, you might remember it's kind of the auto place that was up on the property up by near Walmart or whatever, that was just in that vacant land next to the hill and next to the Dollar
Stradley
General.
Bar, wasn't it?
What's that?
Stradley Bar? That you're talking
Yeah, I think so. They had that, just their kind of little parking lot on there. Well, we really didn't have anything to permit because we just permitted structures. We just permitted like buildings.
Yeah.
And so this will allow for something like that to be permitted. We will permit that use because now they're going to be using that for those automobiles to sell and stuff. So it gives us a little bit more latitude to ask for zoning certificates or maybe apply the statute the way we could apply the statute that we haven't been. And it really kind of just defines things and tightens it up. So that's all I'd add. Yeah, and it helps with enforcement, obviously.
How do you get somebody to come in? I mean, for a lot of people, it's obvious that you need to go talk to the county before you put up a structure. How do you get people to come to you for using vacant land a certain way if they're not building a structure?
We would send them a letter of enforcement and tell them if they don't come in, then we're gonna, start finding them.
So you have to know about them, hear about them.
I would say the majority of people call and ask like, hey, we want to do this on our property. What do we need to do? What's the permitting? But there are the few that don't, and it would be kind of an enforcement issue. We are actually looking at more of an advertising type scheme for our office, websites, mailings, just bulletin boards, things like that, just to get some information out there so that people know that, one, we have zoning in the county and you just can't do what you want, and then just educate about certain uses that we're finding a lot of enforcements on, if you have to, if you're going to do an additional dwelling, you need to make sure that works. There's certain types of lighting restrictions. Just we're working on this right now to try to kind of put together an advertising package for the spring to get it out there so people know what they need to do, and they need to come at least ask us questions, before they start doing things on our property.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I have two comments pertaining sort of this area for the meeting. And these are things I wanted to comment before this meeting started, so now they're reinforced even. Again, I think we need to tighten up site plans for zoning amendment changes. So we don't get what we got with the Parsons application, just a really crude sketch. And, sort of an outline of the building, the lot with no dimensions. And I mean, that's not too much to ask. And I think if someone's not familiar with our resolution, is flipping through and sees site plan, and sees the site plan requirements for additional use here, and looks for that in the zoning district amendment site plan requirements, if they even see one or the other, or don't see both, it's confusing. Anyway, that's my recommendation, is we work on that.
Can I make a comment on that?
You can absolutely make a comment.
Okay, so I mean, when we're doing a zoning district amendment, we're looking at the parcel as a whole, right?
Understand.
Like, so when we're asking for driveways and this and that, it's like, what does that have to do with anything? So I guess we'll need to think through those things. I mean, not that we shouldn't have anything in the regulations, we should have that outlined there, and we don't.
Yeah, so
but like,
that's a great comment. I'm glad you said that. So in this case, what I would have suggested, had you asked me about this particular application, was, you can tell the applicant what to include on the site plan map. In this case, I would have asked them for an adequate site plan would include the dimensions and the setbacks.
Sure.
And that would have been fine. Anyway, that's comment one.
Yeah.
And your response is great. It's always great, David. And the other thing is, again, looking at these three city, was the three applications we see had comments and was recommended denial on all of them. The reality is, I guess, that we're not going to make any progress on full implementation of the Laramie regulatory plan, given the current county commissioners. They made, I think, pretty plain, and that's fine. That's their decision. But as we've discussed, we can move forward on portions of regulations to implement things that we should be able to agree on implementing. And prior to this meeting, I talked to both staffs. I talked to y'all, I talked to the city, I talked to some of y'all, I've talked to other people as well. And there is general agreement that when a property adjoining a city wants to do something, the city ought to have some considerable say on what happens to that. And that makes sense in the abstract. So I think that's an area we need to look at and do something about. And we could write, I mean, again, it has to be approved, of course, in a regulation, what happens to specific properties that join city property. And I think it's something I'll take a look at and consider. As we heard tonight, there are many people out there who object to working in the city or trying to comply with city requirements. The city costs more money, and we all understand that. But it's not impossible. And case in point, you can look around the city and a lot of stuff is being worked on, developed inside city limits. And it may be some smaller investor who's, doesn't have millions and millions of dollars worth, cannot develop a 10-acre, parcel of land, residential, whereas someone else could. But we're talking about community, and if this is what is for the greater good community, we need to think about how to implement these sort of things, I believe. So those are my two comments about that.
And then I guess the final thing is we take little bites. We don't have to do the whole thing all at once.
Absolutely, right.
And I think there's some pretty obvious little bites.
So with that, David, do you have any staff updates? I know you're gonna have at least one update because we talked about at least one update.
Joe does.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
So we were asked to, I guess, discuss what happened at the Board of County Commissioners with applications.
Right.
So here I am.
Very good.
The Mitchell variance got denied. The Morris zoning district.
Remind us, I'm
You
sorry,
remind us
Joe,
which is which.
remind us what we recommended, because I don't remember.
The Mitchell was a variance.
I think that you recommended approval.
We recommend approval.
We did.
For a variance to allow.
To be able to subdivide an aliquot. That's.
Oh, yeah,
This was
the
the
one.
10 acres that was really.
Staff, 9.8.
Yeah,
instead of
exactly.
10.
Yes,
Okay.
staff recommended denial. The board denied it. The Morris zoning district amendment, that's the Centennial property. They denied that, and I think you guys also recommended that. And the Pete Lean one, they approved it, and I believe you guys recommended approval as well. And then I do have a number for active enforcements, because I know that was asked, and Jill told me today that the number is 70.
Who's Jill?
Our enforcement officer.
Okay. So that number's gone up from the last thing I heard. Well, how about that? And then what actions is the county pursuing with respect to the Morris property now?
We have taken care of that. There's been a
resolution.
notice of resolution that was granted by the
Yeah.
commissioners.
Well, tell us all about that.
I'll let Matt.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that this is outside the purview of the planning and zoning commission. However, the letter would be public record because this is essentially a closed case at this point, but it was the removal of facilities or appliances, I suppose, within the kitchen. In the,
The Roger Dominion.
Thank you. Yeah. So as to make it not constitute, I guess, full kitchen facilities. Because our definition of dwelling is a little nebulous.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well, very good. Are there any other staff updates?
Not unless you can remember something I'm supposed to.
Fade faster. But on the Mitchell one, I mean, I thought that was fascinating, and that's one where everybody, we were on one side, these guys in the board were on the other side. And it was because.
Which one was it?
The
Aliquot. They didn't have the 10 acres.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was fascinating, and it was, and if I understand you guys correctly, it's offensive to the rules. And the board went along with that. I think that's great. And we were willing to give them a little slack. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, we're usually not the tough ones. What the heck?
Right.
Well, I'm speaking for myself.
You don't have any other comments? Okay, in that case, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Our next regular meeting will be November 12th at 5 p.m. here and there. What sign is out?
I got it.